It's on my list. I've got a list of 4 or 5 things to follow up on.
Okay.
We sent that out.
There's an interlocal that I'm gonna send you. I can't find a signed one. I'm being told that
I don't have a signed copy.
there was interlocal decision.
I got about
and the copy
5
right has says 68
binoculars
dollars
at
a
home,
ton.
yeah.
And the city's
No,
telling me
I
it's
mean,
actually 65, but I don't
they're
have that copy.
just what I
Makes
picked
sense?
up over the years.
So I don't have a copy of anything, so I'm
Good
like,
day to be here.
I don't have a
Katie.
copy of
Yeah.
anything
Good day to be
signed.
here.
Actually, what we need is
so I'm gonna give it.
so you can start at
I'm
point
gonna-
A, go to
it
point
out.
B, know how much
Anyways, I get it to you
measurements,
with
and then you
what I
can walk
think I'd
down,
like to have on there.
look at it,
I
say,
want
that's
something a little bit
yours,
more
that's
robust in
yours.
terms of like covers, because it says at the bottom that we can.
So far, we got
renegotiate
one that's on the
within 30
agenda, and
days,
I
blah, blah,
talked to
blah. I'm
another
thinking that might be
today, him and his
enough, but
brother
in my head, I'm like, I wanna be
are
able to.
border to a guy out
If the
of
prices go up, the price of fuel goes up, the price of whatever,
Doesn't-
we
there's
need
an
to be able to
existing
adjust
fence.
accordingly. I don't see us
We
doing
don't
it every
want
year,
to
but
do
I think we
anything
need to have
I have
it.
the
without
option.
them
Yes,
signing
sir.
over
I
their
don't have a
hunting
signed
rights
copy
to
of
him.
anything on that.
Chairman, Chairman,
Yeah. Here we go. Everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to come together as a community, as friends and neighbors. We ask that you be with us and guide us with your wisdom and your word. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Welcome to the August 25th, 2025 Bourbon County Commission meeting. Thank you all for coming. I ask that you silence your phones. If you have private conversations, please take them to the lobby. Please try to keep the aisleways and doorways open for safety. And again, welcome to our meeting. Public comments will be announced when we need to, and then I ask that you raise your hands, or if you, for non-agenda items, have filled out a card. So with that, we'll begin with approval of the agenda. Any questions, concerns?
I'd like to move one item.
You'd like to move one item. What's that?
So it's gonna be under item 13, the land mobile radio, that's LMR. I'd like to move it to, number 6, above Stronghold discussion. Please.
Okay.
I'd like to move Stryker agreement under department update EMS up with Stryker. We're already talking about contract funding. so
What
we can
number
just
is
do
that,
it all at
ma'am?
once. It is, it's in department updates, and let's move it up under old business with the other Stryker.
Okay.
Do you want it at the top, or?
Well, it's already
Just-
there,
oh,
so we
okay,
just
there it
need to
is.
strike one.
Okay,
Strike the
got it.
one off of
EMS off the
department
button.
updates,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
Any
Okay.
other changes? All right, I move that we approve the agenda as corrected.
Second.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Milburn,
Yes.
Yes.
All right, approval of the minutes
I move we
for,
approve the minutes for 8/11/25, 8/18/25, and 8/22/25.
is there any concerns, corrections?
No, sir.
All right, I second.
Now we just watch the clock.
Yeah. Well, we gotta go to the vote on the minutes.
okay, so Milburn, who seconded?
Me.
I'm sorry. You did.
I did.
Tran,
Yes.
Beerbauer.
Yes.
Milburn,
Yes.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Supposed to say Mr. Wick.
Huh?
TikTok, Mr. Wick.
you could probably get the consent done by now.
Okay, so we'll move on, and, approval of the consent agenda for 8/22/25 accounts payable totaling $312,421.32. Approval of 8/22/25 payroll totaling $296,107.46. Any questions or concerns?
I move we approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Tran,
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
Reach. Thank you.
6 seconds.
It's an agenda.
All right, we'll begin the revenue neutral rate hearing. I make a motion to open the hearing. I move to open the hearing.
Second.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Wilbur,
Yes.
Tran.
Yes.
All right, we'll open with comment period for the public. Anybody wishing to speak regarding revenue neutral rate?
I thought that's what the sign-up sheet was for.
Outside
No,
and
no, if you want to speak on R&R, come on in.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I'll get the ball rolling. Good evening. My name is Angie Kimmer. I am a resident here at Fort Scott. We live on Main Street. I'll just be really transparent. We moved here in 1998, and our property tax bill was around $1,300. I came in today to kind of get more documents to kind of share, so I had real numbers to share with you. From the county courthouse, this is our statements that we've paid. So in the year 2004, we paid $864.47. That was our first half. So right around $1,600, almost $1,700 in 2020. Our tax bill this year for half was $2,606.51. So we're up to about $5,200. It's a huge increase. And we're looking at another increase with a potential. And I'll tell you, as a property owner, if my husband didn't work outside of the community, we wouldn't be able to afford our home. You know, that's just the short of it. So I think when we're looking at tax revenues and property taxes, we have to find solutions, and the solution can't be just to raise the mill levy. It can't be to just raise what we're bringing in. It has to be, we have to bring industry, we have to bring in jobs, we have to be able to have housing that people can afford. I've kind of commented on this before on another avenue, but if you compare property taxes in Fort Scott to property taxes in Nevada, I don't know why anybody would choose to move here. You can run the numbers. It's substantial. I have a 21-year-old son who's buying a home. He's looking in the Kansas City area. He looked on the Kansas side, and he's buying a home in Missouri. Not because that's where he really wants to be, but because property taxes play a role into what he can afford. So those are the realities of our situation. And the budgets are tight. We get that. But we're looking at an 88 mil increase on our, if that's where we're at on this tax statement. You're going to tax people out of your community. That's just what it comes down to. People that have lived here for generations are no longer going to be able to afford their homes. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not saying don't raise the mill at all. I'm not saying that because I know that there are expenses that you need to be. But I really kind of wanted to stay on the topic of tax. But I think that that goes into the decisions that you're making outside of this too. It's not just raising the mill levy. I know there's a lot of shakeup going on in the county. My personal family was part of that. And I'm not saying that change is not something that's needed, because I think change is needed. But I also think that you need to do your research and due diligence before you make those decisions. Because I think some of the decisions that we've made in haste are costing the county money that wasn't there before. And it's not going to be here tomorrow. So, you know, those are kind of the facts that I want to put out there. I do have a question. These are the statements that I've got two properties. I've got two parcels here. One of them is a home, and one of them is a vacant lot. And maybe the answer is as simple as you tax those two things at different rates. But on this bill, my proposed increase for my home is 4.7% of an increase from 24 to 25. On my lot, which is in the same block, the rate of increase is 3.8%. So my question is, if we're going to be raising it, shouldn't that percentage be the same? That's kind of a question I have. Yep. So, you know, one is a lot, one is a home, but they're different rates. So if we're looking at increase on the Mill Valley, I think an increase should be an increase across the board.
Were they the same values increased? Because that's probably the increased
The
value.
percentage, I just went on the percentage of
Oh.
increase. So one is a home and one's a vacant lot.
It has to do with your assessed, it's based on your assessed values. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, that the percentages of increase are different.
It's something we're working right now with the appraiser's office to try to get things in compliance and
Yeah.
in a more fair system.
Yeah, so we moved here in 1998. My tax bill was right at $1,300. Now we're paying almost $6,000. So, you know, as a family that had choices, I think that that's really something that needs to be looked at.
This is what the proposed is, and they're the same, but because your assessed valuations went up differently, that's why there's a difference in, exceeding the R&R. It's because of the valuation of the property went up, and so it went up differently. But when you look at the overall, they're the same.
Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
Reading the tax statement is
Yeah.
important.
That one is a difficult one to read. They changed the way it
So.
reads this year.
My husband, anything else I need to say?
Oh, okay.
I'll let you come. I'll let my husband come up and say if he has anything else,
Well,
but
if it's okay, I'll just say it from here.
they want you on the mic.
Oh, okay. Good job.
We're having a hard time hearing.
Okay, project your voice, please, because the mic
Stand over
only
there and
works,
project it.
Yeah.
the mic only works for the people online.
Right. Well, let me get to where, because my voice is loud or carried. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
The one thing that I would add is, heck, even the coloration of our house has stayed the same since we bought it in '98. It was known as the Huntington House, if anybody happens to remember that, or the Bruce House, right? Yeah, we've made some improvements to the lot. There's now a large shop there, but overall, we just maintain. The block definitely is better than when we moved there, but it's not markedly so to have that kind of increase. So I even question the valuation. Now, our house or property might be a little bit harder than some to, compare and get some kind of value. I think we've had that discussion in past years, because we've seen increases and go, why would it jump like it does when across the street is a piece of property that, the police have told me at times, they call it the drug house. So, we chose what we chose, not with the idea of taxes in mind. It was a good value as a house. But as we've matured and become adults and have to be concerned with these type of things, sometimes it doesn't make sense. And conversation with the county or the appraiser about, well, we live across, doesn't seem to get anywhere, but sometimes the value, even if you try to assess it compared to other similar properties, may still have a difference because of the environment that it's in. I'd love to say, hey, the streets got smooth since then. If anything, they've gotten a little worse. Some of those decrepit properties that when we bought have gone away, but some of them are still there. So some ways, maybe we shouldn't get an increase, or maybe the increase shouldn't be as much. Said my piece, I guess.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Public comments, anybody else?
Oh, am I next in line?
Yeah, you come on up.
Hey.
I knew you had said something.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they pretty much nailed it. I mean, I moved here, look, people think I'm crazy, but I moved here June 7th of last year, sight unseen, bought the house on the spot, never even seen it. Now, I got lucky. I love my house. I got so lucky. And luckily, all the things were done before I bought her. I have not made any, any repairs or, looks like her current house. But, I mean, that's just what I bought into. And until I can get the money saved up to make those changes, raising the taxes on us is not going to help me do that. I mean, I want to make my house just as pleasant looking for everybody else around that I want to look at. I don't want broken tiles, peeling paint, things like that. But you're not helping low-income families make repairs on their home if the property taxes are raised. That's pretty much all I have to say. What's your
Thank
name?
you.
I'm sorry, Debbie Buckley?
Jennifer, does anybody out there want to speak about the?
They're not, they're giving.
Yes. Thank you.
This is budget hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Jim Halsey, 24 Gulfview Drive. I've been following this. I know you county commissioners have had a tough time. The budget, putting that together. But the question I have is, the property values all went up
Oh,
last
sure.
year. Everybody
Yeah.
got a raise and some pretty good sized raises. And now a year later, you're talking about increasing the mill levies, which is gonna raise the taxes again. There's some point you either have to quit doing that and cut benefits. And that's something that, you know, with a county that is losing population, like we have been doing,
Yes, sir.
you need to consider, instead of raising property taxes, you need to consider lowering the benefits and of different individuals, not individual, but companies and things you give money to around the county and the city. Somewhere it's gotta stop. Because a family of four, or even retired people, is very difficult.
Yes, sir.
So somewhere along the line, there's got to be a stop to this, or you're going to lose all your people who are in the county. It's going to be worse than what it is now. Instead of losing, you know, we're losing a few hundred every year. It's going to get worse. And myself, I own property in Crawford County. They're doing the same thing, but they got a much bigger county, much bigger population. But my home in Crawford County, the taxes is not going up like it is in Bourbon County. So something you need to consider, because people are going to start moving out of here, and then you're going to have less population and less people to pay the taxes on. So somewhere you got to stop it. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a comment as a clerk.
Okay.
As far as the R&R statements that went out, I think there's some misconceptions a little bit about
Wanna see
those.
one?
Yes, please. About the R&R statements. The R&R statements is what sets the maximum levy for all entities. That doesn't mean that's where your levies are going to end up. This is an opportunity for people to come in and express their opinions, so I don't want people to be alarmed. And for one, I can tell you just one that I know got beat up pretty hard on social media was the Fort Scott Recreation Commission. And that is because the way they did their budget document was quite different than how all the other budget documents were done. And when their notice was sent to the clerk, it was sent with the maximum amount. But truly, they're only going to come in about $500,000 higher than what they did the previous year. So it's a little bit misconceiving. This is the highest rate that any of these taxing entities can go. And the county isn't all of these taxing entities. The county is Bourbon County proper. And so when you speak to the county, make sure you're speaking to whatever taxing entity you're going to their hearing for. They don't control everybody's budgets. They control their budget.
Thank you,
And so
Susan.
that's one thing I just wanted to clarify, because I've had a lot of calls over the past few weeks about these. This is just required by law. I think it's good because it gives you an opportunity to go to these hearings and know these are also published in the paper. So just to kind of clarify it.
And to jump on that, that is what these hearings are for. It's for us to listen, because we may have built a budget that we think is what's right for the taxpayers, and then the taxpayers show up like this. And then we go back to the drawing board and say, you know what? We're gonna have 2 less everywhere because we're not raising the mill, because they can't take it.
I'm glad Susan said that. That's what I was looking at this. I mean, a lot of people, I've done this a long time, a lot of people think this is a county tax, but the county tax on this piece of property is only
move this
about
one?
30% of the total tax. You have the state, the community college, the city. So these commissioners, the tax that you see on your house is only about 30, the county's portion is only about 30% of what you're paying. So I think Susan said it well. I think that's what she was saying. But
Yeah.
I know the clerks get hammered on that.
They
But
always take 100% of the blame.
they take
I mean,
100% of the blame, they only get 30%
The
of the money.
appraiser probably
Yeah,
takes
right.
70%, but that's the market, not the appraiser also.
I think my other
that
big
was
complaint
smart.
about these statements are,
That's-
Susan,
that's
Sorry.
his.
you gave him my thing.
No.
no,
No,
I gave
I-
it back to you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I gave.
The other thing that I kind of complain about these is we're duplicating our cost. So our costs are actually going up by having to send out these statements. For Bourbon County, it cost us about $12,000 to send out these statements, when we also have to publish it in the paper. So I feel like you need to reach out to your legislators and let them know, because right now your state they're reimbursing us the costs. But down in the future, that cost may become a cost to Bourbon County. That's $12,000 that we'll have to come up with. And so I think this is duplicating processes when we already have to publish the budget. So that's something that that's my personal thing that I think we need to reach out to all of our legislators I think it's double work.
Okay. Any other public comments? Nobody out there going once?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
yes, please. Got last minute.
that's all right. Come
Trying
on
to
up.
hold out, see if somebody said it
Yeah, I
instead of
didn't wanna
you.
do
So you
this
didn't
if
have one
anybody
have to
else
do it,
did.
yeah.
I'm Joyce Flanner. I've lived in the district in Bourbon County for 50 years. My husband's family's been here for 4 generations. You are correct. About 30% of the increase is Bourbon County. My taxes, according to this statement, and I understand the process, Susan, is my tax increase is about $350. And 120 of that is Bourbon County, which isn't a big deal unless you're hoping to retire. So, because of taxes and insurance, and I know you're hit like I am, because of taxes and insurance in the last 4 years, and the increase in valuation of a home that I paid for years ago, my taxes have gone from about $1,800 8 years ago to $3,400 this year. So that's a huge increase, and you're not responsible for all of it, but there are more hearings that I hope to attend on their budgeting, and I understand the process. I've gotten much more interested and much more well-read on this in the last couple of years, because my taxes have increased to an amount that I now have to work another year to help cover my own budget. So really, there's got to be a place where we've got to stop. So I would reiterate
Yeah.
the same thing that our other speakers have said. I don't know where that is for you or for these other people on my list, but I can't continue to pay the advanced assessments that keep showing up. I wasn't going to take your phone. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Flanner.
ma'am.
You wouldn't want my phone.
Well,
It rings all the time.
24/7.
Okay, any other public comments? All right. I move that we close the hearing.
Second,
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Wilburn,
yes.
Tran.
Yes.
All right, discussion. We'll start with you, Commissioner Tran.
You know, I spent weeks doing the analysis for housing increases versus inflation. And I agree with everybody that spoke up here today. I do. I'm not retired yet, but I have been planning. I have been looking into the future. I have spoken to friends, constituents from all around the nation. This is not a Bourbon County issue. This is a issue with our nation, that people our age and older, they are gonna be priced out of their homes. I mean, I have a buddy of mine who's in Shawnee Mission. His house is $5,000 a year. But we're sitting there doing the math. By the time he reaches retirement age, we're looking at probably closer to $10,000 a year in taxes. So what do? That's a conundrum that we all have to face. To my knowledge, there's nothing I can do about it other than not raise taxes. But if we don't raise taxes, if we don't do what we're doing, we're not gonna have services, we're not gonna have the things that everybody has become accustomed to in this county. And I understand there's nuances. Some people think the service is not as good as it could be, and I get all that. That's not where I wanna go with it. I think all of us as a collective, as a body of citizens, we need to lobby our legislators and see if they could do something in Topeka. Because quite frankly, I think when you reach a certain age, when you pay off your houses, you shouldn't be taxed for it. I firmly believe that. But we have to make up that tax somewhere else. I've been here 4 years. And every year that I've been here, my taxes have gone up. I don't like it, but I pay it. And I'm not saying anything. This is how I'm handling it. Now I'm in the hot seat. I need to figure out how to fix this, or at least soften the blow, okay? Hopefully what we do here tonight will help out the vast majority of the people in the county. I promise you, it will not help out all of you. It will not make all of you happy. But I have to take care of the vast majority. There's this 80-20 rule. 80% of us are going to be okay. 20% of us are going to be affected adversely one way or the other. I'm going to try to minimize as best you can. But God give me strength. That's all I have, sir.
Commissioner Milburn.
Mike's on. Even I'm having a hard time
The
hearing.
mic won't project. We have to do it with our diaphragm.
Oh, okay.
I'll try. Because I know what we're getting ready to do, I want to reiterate that revenue neutral does not mean we're raising the mill. It means that we're not lowering the mill to adjust for the increase of valuation. That increase of valuation is more than likely going to go towards increase in employee benefits and increase in insurance and things that we cannot control, because the budget is as tight as the budget can get without making cuts to more personnel. So I don't want to raise the mill. I don't think we ever should have. I think the valuation increase should have taken care of that, because if the cost of living goes up, the valuations go up and the land is worth more, and it's just how it works. I don't think we should dabble with the mill.
Okay. I really had high hopes when I ran last year that, that we would be lowering the mill, getting below revenue neutral, and actually saying that we had lower property taxes in Bourbon County than those around us and that. And I still, I'm sorry, I still hope that would be our dream. I still hope that we're able to achieve those goals in the future. This options that we have before us, I wish that since January, we've had 2 commissioners resign. We've had turnover in our departments, and being able to take a dive into our operations and look at how well we spend or how well we don't. I believe in wellness checks. I think we should be checking into our budget. We should be checking into our appraisal process, definitely how we spend our money. But we didn't get to that this year, and I mean we're going into trying to make up from previous years, and we got a depleted cash reserve. So I mean, I think with the plan that's come out, we're not looking to shoot way high. but we will exceed revenue neutral. But again, going into 2026 with five commissioners versus 3, and Commissioner Tran said it earlier, we need a strategic plan, and, we needed it yesterday. Same old can't continue to happen. The roads, you've heard it several times here tonight. The ditches are the same, the gravel's the same, and the wipeouts are in the same places. So we got to change something different, and that also includes taxes too. You either raise taxes or cut services, and maybe next year, 2027, we might start looking at services. So that's all I got to say.
I'll take one more comment period. I want to go ahead and, because I missed it, say thank you to the city of Fort Scott for working with us on 911, because if not for that, we would be raising the mill for certain. And we're not going to stop trying even after today to get this budget down. And the valuation increase wasn't large this year, but if there is a year where the valuation increase is much more than it did this year, you better be back here and you better be on us telling us, lower that mill. Don't take it all, because you don't need it all. Please.
I have an alibi. So, what I forgot to tell everybody is, if things go the way I hope they go tonight, I am going to push the 5 of us, the other 4 members, to come up with a strategic plan. We owe the people of this city, the people of this county, that plan. Because, as I stated earlier, your taxes are not going to go down. It's going to go up. I don't want it to. Nobody wants it to. But if the taxes are going to go up, then you need to have faith that the taxes are not being wasted. It's not being spent in a fashion that's detrimental to the county. You guys have a plan with your budget at home, what you're going to do, how you're going to fix up your houses, what tractors you're going to buy, whatever. The county should have that same plan. The county should use your money the way you use your money, with due diligence. And I would like to thank everybody that worked on this budget, the BAC, the city for working with us, all the people in the courthouses that helped us, the elected members who may or may not felt like there was a bullseye on their chest through this whole budgeting thing. It was not personal, it was not intentional. We're just trying to figure out the best way to move forward. Okay? Thank you.
All right, next. If exceeding R&R, motion to approve resolution. Do we have a resolution?
I have a resolution. I move we approve resolution number 2925, a resolution of the County of Bourbon, Kansas, to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, whereas the revenue neutral rate for the County of Bourbon was calculated at 57.550 mils by the Bourbon County Clerk, and whereas the budget proposed by the governing body of the County of Bourbon will require the levy of a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate, and whereas the governing body held a hearing on August 25th, 2025, allowing all interested taxpayers desiring to be heard an opportunity to give oral testimony, and whereas the governing body of the County of Bourbon, having heard testimony, still finds it necessary to exceed the revenue neutral rate, now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the County of Bourbon, the County of Bourbon shall levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate of 57.550 mils. This resolution shall take effect and be enforced immediately upon its adoption and shall remain in effect until future action is taken by the governing body. Adopted this 25th day of August, 2025, and signed by the governing body.
I'll second.
I have a question. So we're just saying we're gonna raise revenue neutral, we haven't set the mill yet?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Ready for a vote? Tran?
Yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
And then we do, clerk records roll call vote on special form. We did that already?
Took that.
Okay. Now set the budget hearing date.
The latest you can do it is the 20th, and you have to have 10 days before that to publish. So just count 10 days back. If you had the hearing on a Saturday,
So
you'd have to publish by the 10th.
it's published by the 10th.
So you would have up to that point to figure out what you're gonna do.
So we want to do a hearing on,
Saturday?
I want to, I want to give people time to speak at the hearing and then still make changes.
So if you did
So-
it on a Friday, the 19th, then your date is the 9th, so I'd have to publish by the 6th.
Okay.
we did it,
Most counties have their budget hearing the same time as your meeting, incorporated into the meeting.
So if you do it on the 15th.
You can have a special meeting,
If you
but
do it on the 15th, count 10 days back.
There's not a
It's the
paper
5th.
here.
No, I'd have to publish by the 3rd.
by
The
third.
5th is 10 days back.
Well, you count weekends too.
Oh, you do or you don't?
You do,
I did.
okay.
what date are you saying?
So
But I'd
she
have to
said
publish-
15, so 1, 2, 3, bless it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
But I would have
6,
to
7,
publish
8,
on the
9,
3rd,
10.
because I only have a paper on
Wednesday
Wednesday
and
and
Saturday.
Saturdays.
Got it, okay. So,
So you'd have to make a decision before then. So it's this week you have to make the decision.
This week. So let's do the hearing on the 29th.
No.
No, we need a
No.
You
budget.
have to have the
Work
budget
session.
finalized.
Yeah.
well, doggy.
You just have to communicate that to me by email so I can get it done and published.
I say we just meet the 27th, 28th, and 29th, bring tacos and chicken and whatever else, and let's just go to town.
I won't be here, but please let me know what you make, what
Oh,
changes you
sorry,
make.
sorry. I forgot it's Labor Day weekend. When,
So we need to set, whatever we set the publication date, we need to do another work session before then.
Well, and there needs to be a meeting after the work session so we can take action on it. So really,
so
it needs
it's
to
a
just be a
special
special
meeting.
meeting instead of a
Yeah.
work session. How about let's do a special meeting on the 29th and publish on the 3rd.
she's not gonna be here.
Just
Well,
let me
she
know
can
what your
tell
changes
Jason.
are.
Oh,
Just tell me what your changes are. I can, hopefully, if I have service, I can watch the meeting
okay.
and follow along.
Yeah.
I move we set the publication date on the 3rd.
Second.
And that'll make our
Well,
hearing.
let's vote on that.
Hang on, you can do your hearing at the same time.
Yeah.
Hearing
Okay.
date would be the 15th, wouldn't it?
Yes. And actually, that's what I'd already had wrote down here, so. I move we publish on the 3rd, budget hearing on the 15th.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Milburn,
Yes.
Tran.
See,
And then you probably ought to set a special meeting.
Want to set it for the
29th.
29th?
Yep.
What time?
4 o'clock?
Works for me.
4 o'clock work for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Jennifer,
The 29th is our next meeting at 4 o'clock. We'll have a special meeting.
Jennifer has offered to sit in on that and take
Perfect.
notes because she understands the budget process.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've done that. Consent agenda. Next up is LMR, Commissioner Tran.
He's back there. You want me to go get him?
So, I asked Mr. Chris Martin from Lynn County to come down and speak to us, about the LMR. And all the things that are associated with it. So if you wouldn't mind, just go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Give us your experience and make sure that speakers, yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, my name is Chris Martin. I'm currently the IT director with Lynn County, but I've been managing their radios for quite a while. I've been with Lynn County since 2009. I started there as a sheriff's deputy in January of '09. I switched over to IT from that in 2015, and I've been in that role as the IT director since then. I've managed the sheriff's office radios since 2013, and I've managed all the county's radios since 2015.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know Commissioner Tran had reached out, and we spoke a little bit. I thought at his request I could just kind of give you some insight as to what we dealt with in Lynn County on our transition to the radio system that we have, and kind of some insight that I have just out of experience in dealing with counties of similar size. You guys are bigger, but not a lot bigger, but our terrain is very similar. Trees, hills, that kind of thing, which plays a big factor in that. The first thing I guess I would offer is I get a lot of confusion on this, that there is a big difference between frequencies and technologies. So frequencies, you have VHF, UHF, 700, 800 megahertz, okay? Your VHF frequencies, it's a lower band, but it does better in trees, buildings, hills, terrain, okay? The higher the frequency you go, your 700 or 800 megahertz, the less propagation you're going to get. The only reason I mention that is because there's a lot of push anymore, especially in emergency services, to kind of definitely, they talk about 800 megahertz, 800 megahertz, 800 megahertz. To be on 800 megahertz, especially in a county environment, is very challenging. It takes a lot more infrastructure to do that. So I just want to clarify that there's frequencies and there's technology. So the technologies are, the main ones in the United States are NXDN, DMR, and P25. Okay, so NXDN, DMR, P25, they can all work on VHF, UHF, 700, 800 megahertz. So don't mix the two. You'll hear people constantly say, well, you should go 800 megahertz. What they're thinking is P25. Okay, so to say that you might want to go P25, over in Missouri, if you look at the Moswin system, they have a VHF P25 system. Works very well for them. Okay. But there's pros and cons to everything, not only the frequencies, but the technologies. Well, as an example, so all digital modes have issues and have pros and cons. Your DMR, which is what Bourbon County currently is a great setup in the sense that it's a TDMA platform, meaning that it's time-based. So you basically get 2 channels out of 1 frequency. That's a positive and it's a negative. So, because if you were to lose a repeater or something like that, you've lost 2 channels instead of just losing 1, right? And you're very time sensitive in DMR. I'm just giving you a pro and a con on this. Again, nothing. This is just what our observations
I
were
don't
in
even know
Lynn.
what we're looking at and
Yeah,
what we have.
absolutely,
Tell you
absolutely.
the truth, I don't even.
But that's why I asked Chris to come here, is because he's the SME, subject matter expert. We
Okay.
are not. So
It's
there's
going
a-
over my head. Can
Well,
Bill
yeah,
sit here?
yeah, sheriff can sit here if he
Yeah.
wants. The thing here is, there are questions that you may have Commissioner Beerbauer may have. This is the time to bring it out here, because eventually the sheriff is gonna bring in his SME, and then we can all have that conversation. Make sense? So, sorry, sir.
Yeah, so the NXDN side, which is actually what Lynn County ultimately chose, it's a FDMA. It's a frequency-based deal. There's no timing, but it's a single channel type of a situation. And then you have your P25. Now, P25 can be very expensive, due to licensing, interface costs, things like that. And P25 is much, much better suited in highly dense areas. You know, think Johnson County, Shawnee County, a lot of population. P25 in their trunking system is excellent in those environments. All digital technology, DMR, NextEdge, or NXDN, and P25 support encryption. All of them do. So around 2012, Lynn County, we did a study on our radio system looking forward to going digital. We had that study completed. They came back with some recommendations. We looked at the P25 system from the state, which is called K6. It's an 800 megahertz system. They recommended at the time, if we were to do that, that we would need 4 additional tower sites in Lynn County. Yeah. And with that, the price tag on a P25 800 megahertz system, this is in 2012, they estimated to be $12 million.
Oh.
Okay. So, of course, that wasn't a super palatable option for us. And that was in 2012. I know for a fact that today, in speaking to a neighboring county, which is Anderson County, they did go over to K6. They put up 1 tower, and this wasn't even the tower itself, but for labor and equipment on that tower, it was $3 million. So if we were to put up 4 towers, we'd be at the $12 million right off the get-go in Lynn County. So we actually did functional tests with the P25 through K6. It was 800 meg. We also did NXDN and DMR. So we ultimately landed on NXDN in Lynn County. Now, that was a choice that we made because of our testing in our environment. But I will tell you that DMR versus NXDN, again, pros and cons. We've had things that we've dealt with that you wouldn't have to in a DMR system, and I'm sure in the reverse is true. Okay, but that all being said, in the P25 environment, your radios are expensive. You know, a mobile or a handheld is, yeah.
Just so I can follow better, what are we looking at?
What are we looking at? In regards to the radio system? What we're looking at right now is that we don't have anything right now we're looking at. We have the group that's coming down, which is Tulsa, which is the same group that did the feasibility study.
Tulsa?
TUSA, T-U-S-A.
They're from
They've
Liberty,
done
Missouri.
several studies with the law enforcement agencies around southeast Kansas.
Okay.
So when they come down to their feasibility study, just like they did with theirs, they're going to recommend what's best for Bourbon County,
Okay.
just like they did with Cool
Okay, so we don't have something on our mind yet.
Nothing on our mind. Well, kind of guessing around about way. In a ballpark figure that was done about a year ago with a vendor that came in, you were looking at $3 million. Okay?
And what kind of system was that? Something we've
It's the same thing
listed?
that meets the mandated recommendations through DOJ and the FBI with the P25 system inside of it. Right now, like I said, with TUSA doing the study, right now, the attorney, sheriff's office attorney is looking over the contract so that we can enter into a contract with TUSA so they can come down and do that study and stuff like that. Once that's done, after they speak to all the stockholders, commissioners, city commissioners, law enforcement, general public about what they need to do, what they want, stuff like that, the needs for it, then they were going to come to the committee, which the committee was made up of myself, the chief of police, the undersheriff, another representative from the sheriff's department, fire department, Bethel City, county rural, not county rural fire, we need to include them, but several people that are in positions as administrators to actually look over this system and decide. When the phase 1 is done, like I said, that TUSA will come to us like they did with them and said, this is what we recommend for your territory, for your terrain, for your issues and stuff like that
And
you're
for your
having.
budget also, yeah.
This is what you need. This is what we recommend for you to use so that you meet the standards of DOJ and the FBI standards of the P25 that Murphy and I have been at this table numerous times talking about it, okay? We will also have people at this table from the Department of, not Homeland Security, but Emergency Management will also come and talk about one of the needs and stuff like that. So I have people that are in place that will come to the table and talk about the needs and stuff like that. After the second phase, that's when TUSA will then take the burden off of the county and the city, and they'll put out the RFPs and say, this is what Bourbon County needs. Motorola, L3 Harris, Kenwood, I think is what Lynn County went through, and other radios, this is what Bourbon County needs. You provide us your recommendations. TUSA then will look at it and say, this one's a little bit port-filled. Bourbon County really doesn't need that, but this vendor over here, yeah, kind of need it, but maybe we need to adjust it a little bit. It's all in motion. We just got to let the attorney read the contract, get it approved. I can get it sent back over to TUSA, and then we can work from there. That's all I can tell you right now. I appreciate Mr. Martin coming down to talk about the radios, but it's all under control on the Bourbon County side. We just got to get moving and get it going.
What did TUSA cost you?
I'd have to go, that's 2012, I don't remember.
But right now, you're looking at close to about $32,000.
Just for them to say what we need?
Yes, it's very expensive.
The one thing.
And you know, and sorry for interrupting you, that's the cheapest one, because we put it out for bids for 3 other people.
Gosh.
And the ones that did bid, that came back, they offered phase 1, and that was it. And if we wanted to move to phase 2, they didn't even provide that. They didn't provide that cost because they wanted to know what phase 1 would have been. TUSA has already explained what phase 1, phase 2 is going to be, and 3 if we need it. Phase 3, which I forgot to mention, they're the ones who actually do, once the vendor is actually selected, they're the ones who overlook the project themselves. They're those that overlook the installation. They do the testing. They make sure that everything's done and meet the requirements that was set forth. We're out of it. They're the experts. They're the experts on that.
So,
And I don't mean to jump into your time here because you're trying to educate us. I'm just trying to understand what's required. Because say we hire TUSA, give them $35,000 to tell us what we need, and we can't afford what we need, so then we just gave TUSA $35,000.
Well, here's what the $32,000, I'm hoping that the city will be able to chip in
32.
for half of the cost, since it does include, the PD also has to change too. It's all law enforcement.
and that's what I was alluding to in the previous meetings, like the things that are gonna come to this county, we as the governing body needs to be aware of it, because the sheriff's gonna need our support. That's the first thing. Second thing is, the reason I reached out to Mr. Martin was, he's the SME, he's been doing this for a while, he's gone through that. I'm just like, you know, you can get a lot of information from a lot of different people, and they're gonna upsell you, okay? Great, if we can afford to upsell, fantastic. But we don't know what we don't know. Mr. Martin knows. And he can tell you, and talking to him, there's certain things like this encryption is not mandated. That's why I said it's not mandated. However, the FBI mandates it because they changed the parameters of the information, what PII is. And because of that, the sheriff cannot use his unencrypted radio to divulge PII over the open airway. And because of that, they have to do this. Now, what Chris is gonna go through, and he's gonna tell you certain things, there's certain equipment, certain things that you can do where you don't have to spend $12 million.
Somebody handed me this after a meeting one time. Would that be correct? Bill and Chris both.
And did you say that it was in 2012 is when you did the study?
The pink, what I just highlighted there in pink. 'Cause
That
if
is
that's
correct.
Just one radio, we can get by.
No. The encryption requirement is an FBI CJIS requirement. That's where it comes from. It's not FCC, nobody else. It's FBI CJIS.
So that's
And
correct.
I actually have the document here from their CJIS security policy. They actually enacted it in 2022. What they did was they changed the definition of PII, personally identifiable information. And to that, it includes driver's licenses and tags, where previously that wasn't required. That wasn't covered under PII. So always, they have maintained that if you put out CJIS protected information, it has to be encrypted in transit, whether that's over audio, whether that's email, internet, whatever it is, it has to be transmitted. If you do not transmit CJIS information over the radio, you do not have to encrypt it.
Okay.
But that's also not reasonable. Okay, I was a sheriff's deputy. You're not going to be out on the road, going back to your car, running an MDT, trying to put in a tag and a DL for everything. Can you do it? Yeah, we do it in Lynn County. Our MDTs do that every day. But when you're out running a vehicle or you're dealing with a suspect or it's an accident or it's snowing or it's raining, you're going to pick up your handheld and you're going to call into dispatch and you're going to want that returned back to you. Okay, so you're going to have to encrypt it, right? The key there is that some places, in fact, one county north of us, they have chosen to just encrypt one channel.
Well, that's what I just said.
But they require that everybody switch over to that channel in order to run tags and stuff. You know, most places, let's take Lane County as an example. We have a sheriff frequency, we have a fire frequency, and an operations frequency. That's what we have. So we're not going to make our deputies or local PDs switch to talk, to do tags, and then switch back.
I mean, for $3 million, we might.
Yeah, but our system didn't cost that much.
Okay.
So,
When was your system installed?
what's that?
When was your system installed?
Well, I mean, I personally spec'd out the tower in 2017, and we just switched over to digital 2 years ago.
So 2017 is when you, so then my original question was, is that when was the study done? I got
2012.
So 2012, and the cost from 2012 until 2025, that's gonna be an increase, that's 10 years.
That's what I said, yeah.
That's gonna be a 10 years.
They estimated 12 million in 2012.
So-
Like say one tower in Anderson, just the
3
equipment
million.
was 3 million.
So I'm just, what I'm saying though.
So we need
the study-
equipment and towers.
Yes, we need the whole thing from ground up.
So,
And the price, when I worked it out, when I talked to Mr. Martin, it was 12 million, taking into consideration, you know,
That Martin, not
that
me.
Martin.
That
Oh.
Martin.
Yeah.
That
I said
Martin.
Mr. Martin, not Sheriff Martin.
Okay.
So, when I spoke to Mr. Martin, I did the math on it, it came out to roughly, 18
18 what?
million in today's
That would
dollars.
be right.
That
Towers
might
are
be the low
expensive.
side of it.
That's on the low side, that's not on the high side.
yeah, because for just a mobile radio, you're looking anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 depending on options with the encryption enabled.
So
And how would
much
we
did-
pay
how-
for that?
How much, okay, so what Mr. Martin did was over a decade. He put this system together. How much did he end up spending?
To date, we're at 750,000. That includes buying land, building 2 towers. We have 5 current tower sites in the county, soon to be 6, with all the backhauls and that kind of equipment in place. We use digital and XDN, so just as good, you know, audio quality. In fact, that's why we picked it, because it was quite good.
You strategically did that for them?
Yes.
Did they give you a bonus?
No.
They should have.
And it's probably all done from the study that was provided to them.
Actually, no. So TUSA would push the 800 pretty hard with K6, but it was just too much money to swallow. They gave us 2 choices, really 3 total, and there was no way we were doing 12
So
million.
you paid them 35,000 and
I
didn't take any
I
of
don't
their
know what we paid them
suggestions?
in 2012.
Okay, real
Okay.
quick question, and then for the sheriff, you said 3 phases.
Yes,
All right, we're in phase 1.
as soon as the contract is reviewed and signed and
Okay.
then approached for, try to find the funds
Right,
to
so,
do that.
so we're looking at, for the finals of the 3rd phase, what are we talking, year-wise?
I'm hopefully to have everything done within 8 months,
8 months,
so we can
okay,
look at the next budget cycle.
okay.
And we could talk later, I mean, like I said.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at. We
got
got a long meeting, and
Yes,
I'm
I
wanting
know.
to know whether we need to keep
So
going with
just-
this or move
Let
on.
Sheriff
So
finish,
this-
please. Well, you guys, he was trying to say something.
All I got to say is that in 2012 is when his study was done, correctly? That would be a fair statement?
Yes.
It's 2012 when his study was done. Here we are in 2025. There's going to be an increase in cost of that, okay? When his was done. That's just common sense. What he gets, what Lynn County got meets their criteria. Don't believe that Bourbon County and Lynn County are the same. We're not. The territory's different, the terrain's different, the location of the radio system. What we have bad reception is be different than what their bad reception is. So all I could say is, let's slow down. Let's apply the brakes a little bit. We have people that will be overlooking this. And if you have any questions, you have my number, stop by the office and I'll sit down and have a conversation with you. Okay? That's all I ask. I appreciate you coming in, but, you know, we're using the same group that they used in Lynn County. So, sorry, and thank you for allowing me to sit at the table, but sorry for taking up some time. And sorry
Thank you,
I took
Sheriff.
notes on your thing.
So all right, so I'll just paraphrase. If we go with the K6 system, which is 800 megahertz, okay? It doesn't penetrate, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, it doesn't penetrate everything that's supposed to, like foliage, hills and whatever.
Yeah, because it's a higher frequency, so you're not going to get near as good a propagation, which means your penetration will be less.
So, there's something else. Okay, if you put in, if we allow a K6 system to go into Bourbon County, you don't control it. Bourbon County doesn't control it. KDOT does. So you're gonna spend millions of dollars installing a system. that
Hand
you-
it over to somebody
You
else.
hand it over to the state, and the state pushes it because the state wants to control. So basically, when I was talking to Chris, what I'm getting is the state wants you to install it, that way they don't have to spend the money to install it, because technically they're gonna control the system. Make sense?
Yeah.
The county pays for it, they control it. So when people come in and say use K6, be aware of that. Whether we decide or not, that's left to be seen. For the $750 that he spent, that's, part of that was 60 handheld radios and 50 mobile units,
Wow.
which is great. That's
Did
a
a
lot of
really good
radios.
job.
Make sense? So, and could you repeat the issue about the repeater? The repeater's a repeater. We don't
Repeater's
need-
a repeater, yeah. So, yeah, you're like DMR, you can encrypt DMR, you can encrypt NextEdge. What you send into a repeater, it's just going to repeat out. So if you have an encryption capable radio at both ends, it's encrypted.
So unless the repeater's a POS, it's gonna work. We don't need to buy a new one.
Okay.
The gist of this conversation was to educate you two in what we may or may not, because we went through this with IT, we went through this with all kinds of other stuff, where we're educating ourselves, and I thought that, hey, the least painful way to do is have the SME come sit before us and tell us what he knows. And he's open to working with us, so if you have a question, Chris has already told me he's more than happy to answer any questions I may have, because I don't know what I don't know. Make sense? I know the sheriff is relying on TUSA, everybody relies on TUSA.
Well, not a single one of us want to take the lead on this installation if we choose to do it your way either, so we would need somebody like you to actually,
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of work down there too, you know. But if you guys have questions, I'm happy to answer them. You know, and we've got lots of great solutions. You know, I told you about, we're doing push-to-talk over cellular. So our cell phone works as a radio.
seen you using that actually.
Yeah.
Seen you guys using that, by the
And-
way.
Yeah, and it works very well. Now, it's
Yeah.
pros and cons. Again, that does not replace our radio system. It supplements our radio
Yeah.
system, but that meets all the encryption requirements.
Wow.
You know, so if you were to say, hey, we want to try to, I'm not recommending this. I'm just telling you this is kind of what we did a little bit. But you could say, we want to use a push-to-talk over cellular. Cell phone doesn't work everywhere either, but it meets the encryption requirements for maybe getting you over the hump. But right now, you know, the Highway Patrol CGIS auditors, they have not come back and said any issues with the encryption not being met. This has all been in place since 2022. And there's a lot of agencies that are not encrypted yet. As long as you're working towards it, they've told me that they're okay with that.
Okay.
Any other questions, sir?
I have no questions.
Thank you very much for
Yeah.
coming here.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up would be Stronghold discussion. Commissioner Milburn, you have the floor.
Actually, I'd like to give it to Stronghold. There, we have two. Susan, will you use this chair too? Is it okay? Thank you. I gave everybody a packet from them.
Version 5.
Well, I've sent it back a few times. So now we're down to version 5, and I did send that to a few functional experts myself as well. And got some questions back, and I sent them on to Jason, and he answered them, and I gave you guys that as well. So let me find, I printed it out.
Thank you.
And then we can go over it.
I'll just flip through.
I would like, before we get started, there was one correction in this.
That won't project it. You
Just
need
talk
to-
about it.
Diaphragm.
Okay. In what I sent you this afternoon, I was rereading through this, and if you go down to the, this is on, I guess, page 3 under the sheriff's office phone system review.
This is
I'm-
this is the questions from Mark, and then your
Yeah.
responses, but your scope is on the other.
Okay,
Your
well.
scope is on the Stronghold.
Yeah, under this particular page, I indicated that the sheriff's office and the court were in the same building. That was inaccurate. Obviously, that was on me. So when I was talking about that, just keep in mind that that was an error on my part. But as far as answering these questions, is this where you wanted me to kind of go through? And I brought Adam here. He's more on the technical side on
Yeah.
going through and answering some of the concerns.
You can go over the scope of work first, and then you can go over the concerns. So that way we start at the beginning.
Okay, so really, from the assessment that we did a few weeks ago, we went through and came up with a scope of work. The first thing is we wanted to start at your firewall level. Your firewall is your entry point. I guess besides calling it a gatekeeper, another way I can refer to that is that's the fence around your house. When you're trying to secure things, fence around your organization. You have a great system right now. You invested some good dollars. There just needs some configurations to really take advantage of what that piece of hardware can do, and also set you up for success down the road. In this, number 2 in the scope of work is really setting up what we call the roads and highways, and it's how your internet traffic is going to flow throughout your organization here. You can't have everyone going down the same road. You were just talking previously about some of the security challenges. Well, you have that, but also just the congestion of traffic that you have. And you can really not only set those roads up and we like to call them like the traffic lights, the stop signs, the painting of the highways, so you make sure that traffic is going the right direction.
Do we know what's causing the congestion of getting bandwidth to the sheriff?
There's a couple of things. I mean, and it kind of plays all into the same thing, but we've talked about the segmentation portions of having the dedicated lanes. Today, everything is there are no lanes, realistically. Gotcha. There are some, but not all. And so what happens is there is, like Jason was saying, the security component, but when you try to filter everything down one lane, it's going to cause congestion and performance concerns, realistically.
Okay.
So part of the segmentation and the VLANs and the roads and highways portion of it that we have called out in our scope of work is to help mitigate some of those performance concerns. So,
Understood.
But it will not force you to install a new server. We're just gonna install new VLANs.
The VLANs, yeah,
Right.
that's all from a configuration standpoint. There's when you're working with VLANs, typically there is no hardware purchase there. It's just going in and leveraging and maximizing your investment in the hardware that you already have.
and to piggyback off of that real quick, I think that's the big thing is that the firewall that is in place today is a very good firewall. I mean, it's one of the state of the art that you can get as far as just firewall security management. So that firewall, I've been actually managed, inside of it and its components. All of the VLAN configuration, all of the performance stuff, we would actually set on the firewall, and then everything moves downstream from there. So.
What you were talking about, Commissioner Tran, on some of the old equipment, there is some older equipment in here, and we've kind of identified that in that assessment, where some of it may need to be replaced immediately, but some of it can maybe be road-mapped to be replaced down the road. But
Is that part of the price point?
this right here,
Section 3, last sentence in that section, remove outdated device that the county no longer needs, replace them with modern standard equipment. Is that part of the price point?
there was there was another document that came with it on some of the things that we needed. What I think we're talking about here is you have a lot of hardware that's just throughout that, and what we want to do is consolidate that hardware, because there are certain pieces that you're using that are outdated, but you have existing hardware that we could funnel that over.
Okay.
One of the things that we did make note of was some of your outdated machines that are end of life on, like Windows, going to the Windows 11, which is due in October. And I think we have that in a separate, like hardware section than the actual scope of work section.
Okay.
This particular version you're looking at is just the actual kind of labor components on that.
Okay.
Number 4, the cleaning up of user accounts, and I want to refer kind of the email that I sent to Commissioner Milburn addressing some of the questions from Mark today. It's kind of like the example I gave was, you've issued keys to all of your employees over the years, and some of those keys have never been collected when they left, and so that's what we're talking about here. Is it just needs some cleanup and maintenance, and you need to remove those. I'm not saying that any of those employees would ever do anything malicious, but you need to make sure that the only people that have access are approved county employees currently. So that's what Section 4 is. Section 5, the delineation, so on the number 5 is we're calling the traffic lanes, and what I was kind of talking about in Section 2 is more the roads and highways, and so I was kind of, those two kind of go together. So again, Section 2 is, think about it as you're going from a single lane highway to a double, or maybe one with a passing lane, right? But all along the way, now this is where you're getting into adding those street signs, the road markings, the stop lights, the stop signs, and everything like that. So these are that where we're going to create it, but then you're going to set up and make sure that that traffic is flowing in the appropriate direction on what Section 5 is. Organizing wires and fiber. Really what this comes down to is we want to make sure that we have a clear idea of, in the county specifically, is what's being used and what's not, because you're going to spend a lot of time doing a lot of troubleshooting when you have issues if we don't have a clear idea of what cable goes where. This does not talk about going in and cleaning up all of the cables. We're just trying to make sure that the ones that you are using are identified, because if you look at any of the pictures, and you can go to any of these offices around here, and if I said, hey, Commissioner, go pull, which wire is doing this, nobody can tell us which wire really is doing anything until you actually pull it and see who screams first. And so the idea of organizing this wire and fiber is, as you have grown and as your needs have expanded in the use of technology, we just need to trace and label those so we know exactly where it is. So if there is an issue, it reduces your time in troubleshooting, and you can get back online a lot
Can
faster.
I piggyback
Land
off
with your
that?
breakers in your breaker box, so.
Yeah, exactly like that.
That would be a great example.
And one of the recurring things that you'll see throughout our scope of work and in some of the questions that Jason answered earlier is this idea of documentation and this idea of giving you guys kind of that playbook, We want to be able, we consider this a successful project if at the end of it, we're able to hand you a map of your network and say, hey, this is definitively a map of the Bourbon County network. And so regardless of, what support looks like for you guys, IT support looks like within the next 1 to 3 years, you guys have a very good foundation and a playbook to jumpstart off of that, really lays the foundation for your IT infrastructure. So,
when I first came and sat in front of you at, that very first meeting, the thing I always talk about is we need you to be at industry standards. So that way it doesn't matter who you bring in to support you. They can pick up and run with the football, right? And you can't do that without doing some of what we have in this scope of work. So at the end of the project, we definitely, the idea is like, okay, you're ready to have somebody, drive this. Now, who do you, now you get to decide, who that is. And number 7 talks about, just aligning the 911 office under the county's, fully that control there. Number 8 is really making sure that the sheriff's office is separated. As you were hearing earlier, they do handle information that it definitely needs to be encrypted. There's people that don't need access to it. CGIS has a lot of policies that they are supposed to require, even down to their email, like what kind of email structure that they have to have. So it's a very wide document if you were to print it out and try to read it. But the idea is to really make sure that the sheriff's office is running the way it's supposed to run in a secure and encrypted fashion on that data. And so that kind of goes back to that highway conversation we had. They need their own lane, right? They need their own traffic going down that lane, and you're going to do that virtually, in that, and we can secure that lane of traffic that's dedicated to them. Same way kind of with the 911. You want that traffic, you want it to have priority, so if any of your citizens are calling into 911 or the sheriff, you really want that call to make it through and not be competing down the same highway as maybe your day-to-day.
I think that's what the sheriff complains about, is that his people can't call in to him hardly using his phone number.
And that's the whole goal of this project, is to eliminate that congestion. Yes, sir.
So on item number 7, bringing 911 back under control, so we're talking about taking it back from under the county's control, because right now it still relies on the city system.
Well, we just decided that today, the city was keeping it, so there we go.
So that may not be part of this scope.
We just need to take that out.
Okay.
But still, then, we still need to make sure that the 911 has a dedicated path back to the city and not in the county.
Gotcha.
So whoever's gonna have responsibility of it needs to own that lane, whether it's the city or the county.
And
then
it
they
could
need
switch
respons-
down the line, down the future.
We'll
there you
probably
go.
switch in
Yeah.
2 years.
I mean, that's the beauty of technology. You can accomplish that. There's always a million ways to accomplish it. So, yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we just need to make sure that whichever way is agreed upon and chosen, someone has that full, dedicated lane. 911 is
I
pretty
just want to bring
important.
your attention, and Commissioner Milburn's the PM for this, so.
Okay. I mean, that's something pretty easy. The last thing on here is there was some, as you mentioned, Commissioner Milburn, about the phone traffic. And we were asked, hey, can we go in and look at the existing setup, working with your existing phone vendor, which is TEC, and between the two of us, make sure that everything is configured correctly, because if it is, then that's one conversation you're going to have. If it's not, and we can improve performance, then that's a different conversation. But we wouldn't know that until we get in there and really have a primary focus of is this meeting your industry, standards when it comes to that particular phone system?
And
so,
that wasn't my idea, because I don't know anything about phones. It was Mark's, and he said, why buy a new phone system if you're not sure if yours is configured right and it's to its full capabilities? And so that's why I don't need it.
Yeah, and I think that that's a very reasonable request before you spend any of your tax dollars on a new system, is make sure that the one that you have really needs to be replaced, or can you make some changes to that?
There's also, again, when we talk about things like setting up the traffic lanes on the network and optimizing the traffic lanes on the network, there are things that fall into that category that will impact the performance quality of the phones as well. So it's all intertwined and related to one another. We
So
can
the phone
make
situation could possibly get better.
100%.
Okay.
We'll call on the public here in just a minute.
So, just bring it to your attention. Does this affect the crawl can going from the $1,100 a month to, because remember, one plan had one server. The other plan was to have multiple servers,
Yeah,
because
this
we're.
would be the first plan.
Okay, so this would be the $1,100 one?
Yes.
All right, so we're all aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did go into more depth based on the, concerns that Mike has sent to me today in that email, which I think you all have, and so feel free to read through that. Again, please note, under that one section, it was my error where I put in sheriff and court being in the same building. That was my fault. I was going too fast for my.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I'm good with, I have one comment. Please pass along to Connor's supervisor, great customer service.
I will do that. Thank you, sir.
He
Any
did a
other
great job.
discussion?
You guys just, if you could please review that, and then we'll bring this back next week.
Okay, I need a complete one. This is missing pages. Yeah, it's missing the first I don't have 1, 2, or 7, 8 in there. I mean, we'll just have to correct it. So, start with, Mrs. Holt.
You said that,
2.
we have to be upgraded to 11 by this October?
Yes, Microsoft is, by October, you have to be on a commercial account to Windows 11 because operating system 10 is going away.
So will you work with our software company?
Laura, you might be on 11. You might be on 11.
There was only a few machines
It's
that
hardware.
weren't compatible. So some of your existing machines have the horsepower to go to the new Windows 11. Some don't. Those are the ones that we were talking about that may need to be replaced.
Okay.
But, so that's always a tricky question. I think you bring it up is Microsoft will force you to upgrade your operating systems, you know. And sometimes the software vendors that you're using, they're forced to make sure that they're doing the same thing. Initially, there could be some heartburn though, because they're all trying to figure that jump out together. And so where we try to come in and try to help in that situation when October gets here is try to lessen that until your vendors, you know, are up to speed. Typically, sometimes those software vendors will have things that we can trial now and make sure it will operate with your Windows 11 environment. Specifically though, what I would recommend, we just look at exactly at what machine you're on now and see you may be on 11 now. Or you may be ready to make that jump right now. I'm not
One
familiar.
of my software company is,
She uses CIC.
CIC works, okay,
Oh, you're on CSE? Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
pretty confident, Lori, that you are on Windows 11.
Okay.
I'll have to double check whenever I
Hey,
get back.
I'm
but I
kind
believe that you
of like,
are.
Micah, I'm computer,
CIC does a great job.
Terry had a question.
Did you guys do any updates to EMS's computers over the weekend? That you know of?
I don't know specifically, but that's,
Because
I can find out.
I got a phone call yesterday, our computers were down. And now, I mean, they finally came back up last night, but everything has changed. I mean, I was wondering if it was the,
Windows 11 updates?
Yes.
Mine does that quite often.
Windows 11
Yeah.
update, I hated it even personally. And, you know, it was not a good thing. If you don't mind, if I give you my card, could you email me or
Sure.
my cell number's on there, you could text me and I could check on that on the way home and let
okay,
you know.
yeah, because we had, apparently, they had no access.
It does look a
Yeah,
lot
we did.
different and things
I mean,
function
this-
different, but my computer's way faster.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have any access, so they couldn't even do reports or anything
That's what,
until last night.
talking about the money, if we can't do reports, we don't get no money, so, you know, the computer.
By any chance, did you report this to anyone today?
I did not know.
You guys got the help desk number?
I think I do in an email somewhere.
Okay.
That-
Yeah, you might want to put it in great big
Yeah.
poster size. No, I'm just kidding.
Call
Well,
Jason.
they were in and out. They were in and out
Linking
on
me
calls, so.
online.
Yeah, there were no alerts that came in for EMS of any automatic updates that rolled out on like Stronghold's behalf. So to answer the first part of your question, there were no pushes that were initiated by the Stronghold team. Now, what I will say is that there are some instances in which operating system upgrades like Windows 11 will get rolled out from Microsoft automatically. Sometimes it's just depending on what state the computer's in, but we'll take it as a follow-up and look at all of those devices. So.
I was on, so, and we come back from a call, and across the screen in big letters said, automatic update.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
And a lot of times, we can disable those to where we can, you know, do those for you. And so we also, like in your role, we always want to pick a time that's, you can't always find the perfect time, but we at least want to find the least impactful time. On the back of that, I wrote, on the back that number there is our support number, which is 24/7. And then there's also an email.
Okay.
So if you're at a point where where you're not able to do your job, we prefer a phone call, please. If it's just something where like, oh, it's kind of running slow or something, then you can email. But either way, it's going to generate a ticket and someone's going to get on it. But I will, if you'll share your contact information with me, I'll check on that on my way home.
Is there a 24-hour
Yes.
24/7, yeah.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We answer the phone.
Is that the helpline?
Yes.
Okay. I must have caught him when he was going to the restroom. It's all good.
All right, we got another question. Nick?
On several of our computers in Lane County, they didn't meet Microsoft standard for Windows 11, but we were able to run a tool called Fly-by-11, which worked just fine. But they were all still like new enough to where they were compatible even if Microsoft wasn't 100% on their compatibility. Is that an option for you guys? And I know you guys operate on set corporate standards, whereas we're a little freer in a county IT department to do what we feel best. But is that a possibility for the ones that aren't or still on 10?
Well, we'd have to see, because sometimes 10 requires more horsepower. And if you have an outdated machine where the horsepower doesn't even allow you to run it, that's what we're more concerned about than just making, the jump up.
We got lucky because our oldest ones are still sort of on the borderline. They can still run it good, but, and I'm going just based on watching meetings on YouTube. With the issue with the sheriff's department with bandwidth, do you feel that can be alleviated? Or without, there's been talk, I know, of putting in a dedicated line, which I don't think anybody would be opposed to if it's needed, but do you feel like the bandwidth issues currently happening can be alleviated, or?
We do.
Okay. And would they still be able to not replicate, but authenticate at the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we would leave the necessary tunnels open for them to be able to communicate with county resources while also maintaining their own dedicated link.
Because I know Commissioner Tran had reached out to me, and I said, well, if they're completely, if they're completely standalone, I'm assuming they need their own like PDC, a primary domain controller and backup. But if they're able to replicate here, I'm using complete IT jargon, but you've answered my question. And I've confused everybody else.
Any other public comments? Sir?
Just a question. So I understand from past Stronghold discussion, or however, that the nearest technician is Columbus, correct?
I would have to find out exactly, yes, from an address standpoint. But we do have some people that live in Kansas, but I also have some that live in just across the Missouri line that's further north than Columbus. But in our world, and most people that are in IT know that most of the problems you can resolve, 98% of them remotely anymore.
On the phone. They just helped me do that with the YouTube video right before the meeting.
I think it'd be good for everyone to know where the nearest physical presence is, because some things can't be. But what if the nearest physical person, assuming it's Columbus, that came up weeks ago, I think, at a city meeting. What if that person's not available? What's the next step after that?
Well, again, we have a staff that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And what's nice about that is we can start the triage and start the processes while we're rolling a truck. I'm going to give you an example. There was a 911 center that had a piece of hardware go down. And that hardware, to get it up and running and fully operational, we required that to be flown in. And it took hours for that to even get up in here. So while I respect that you're concerned about you need a human body here, we're able to do so much more. I mean, we have ways and new technology where somebody that has not an IT background can go in and help us start that process while we get people here. We also are putting into place ways that can back that up and eliminate that need. Most of your emergency services, your law enforcement, they all have protocols in case the internet goes down to operate without that particular technology until we can get that fixed. So even if you sometimes have somebody here on site, you're still waiting on secondary vendors, whether that's your internet service provider, because lines do get backhoes in them, that we do have storms that take that out, and there's nothing somebody on site can do until your internet service provider has that up, right? But we try to build in failovers to mitigate that and reduce the risk. But having somebody here sitting in this courthouse is not going to eliminate that risk. Now, if that was something that was most important to the citizens of this county, we could make that happen. We've done that in other counties where we have a resource, a dedicated resources, sitting at that county. So a much cheaper option, though, is being able to do that remotely.
One last thing. So the plan that's being developed, is there redundancy at all the key points?
In this particular statement of work that we have is more of a cleanup. There are, in that assessment that we provided, there are lots of recommendations that they should go in. One of those key recommendations is you need a secondary internet connection. So if you should lose your primary internet connection, you still have the ability to communicate out. That would be something that would have to come in front of this governing body to approve, because that's a new payment to another vendor, not even us, that's a new internet service provider. In some of the services that we have recommended is like your backups are your safety net, and you need to be able to have that in a cloud environment. So that way, if this building goes away and all those servers go away, we can spin that up, and we can actually run that for 30 days at no cost to the citizens of this county while you're trying to figure out how do we replace that. And that does happen because I'm from Joplin, and in 2011, we did that a lot. And so everything that we do at our organization, we want to mitigate that downtime. The problem is if you truly want to get to zero downtime, it's a very expensive number. That number that you guys were throwing around, it'd be up in that number to get you to that piece. We just need to find out what the acceptable downtime is to the citizens of this county at the price point that they want to pay. But a lot of what we do, we're building in those failovers.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions real quick? Here, going.
I was on there to speak on this too.
Okay.
I think we
Yeah.
went off script on that, didn't we?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, go ahead.
I'm in a different situation as county clerk. Election standards are handled completely different. And I know we have talked about this a little bit in the past. I've been in conversations with the Secretary of State, and they do not like the unattended access that I have on my machine. So I would ask for local admin access for just my computers to do our updates and things like that. That was one thing that they recommended that I ask for. I know you did put it on my machine, but then we would need the unattended access taken off.
Okay.
So if we could get that accomplished, that would be one thing. The other thing is Coras, and I don't know how we get around this because I know it's new for both of us. The way I'm receiving them right now, and I know it's in a PST file, is time intensive in the fact that in the past, they redacted them for us if there were certain things that didn't need to come across my desk. For example, there were some legal things that I had to pass on to another employee. So those are things, if I ask, hey, be sure not to include these things, it's super important that those don't get included. So,
Point of order. Let's get our cell phones silenced, please. That's the third one.
so hopefully we can work out a resolution with that. We can take that offline, but those were the 2 points that I needed to be in contact with you guys about.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
The just real quick on the unattended access, the only thing like kind of caveat that I will say to that is that is going to affect patching on your computer if we go forward with that,
Okay.
As well as potentially like support related things. You know, if like you do have something that needs to be escalated, all that I would ask is you have my contact info. Just get with me. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then we can
if there's a way that I can show giving you permission to be on my machine to
Oh,
do
yeah.
whatever, that's the key with the election, because I can't go into any more detail because I have to sign a disclosure statement with the state of Kansas, and I can't talk about security.
I understand.
So, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
If I may, just really quick, I mean,
Okay.
there are ways that we can also look to strengthen that. In some counties we work with is they do nothing but elections on one machine. They don't do any other of their clerk duties. And I know in some of the smaller counties, you get to wear many, many hats in your role.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's worth the investment to run nothing but election stuff on one machine, and then everything else is ran on another. And that way, you can accomplish fully what you're going. That's just one option.
Yeah, and I wish we could do that, but we have a very small staff, and so there's two of us always with our hands in it. So that's probably not something we can do.
Okay.
But thank you for
But
that.
we're willing to look
Yeah.
at other options, just.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion?
No, sir, I'm good.
All right. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
so much.
You're welcome.
We're gonna bring this back to the table
Okay.
next week.
All
You
right.
don't have to come.
All right, next
I'll come if you need.
The agenda item is Conservation District Representatives.
No, you know,
It's just 434.
Yeah.
120.
You want to bump up our executive session?
Yep. Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah.
Can I use the
Okay.
restroom?
Yeah, let's take a recess for,
and then when you come back, are you gonna move the lawyer up?
yeah, we're gonna
Okay.
move that up.
The conservation district's not coming, but I would hate for you to keep Don Doherty here because Christie came from a long ways.
yeah, Don
So
Doherty.
he really needs
Yeah.
to be next.
Okay, we'll do the executive session.
I think they'll come and ask for their reallocation. So, but they couldn't be here next week. Take them on.
Thank you, Judy. Sit down a long time. I'm sorry I had to say it.
My ringer was down, but I didn't realize my internal volume wasn't. But what you heard was his diabetes meter. That's what you heard about that. Yeah, it was his freestyle thing going on. I'm like, check your sugar. Get your sugar.
Hello, Tim. How are you tonight? Good. How are you doing? I'm just doing fine. I told him I was last, what's the number one employer in Bourbon County? Farmers and ranchers. You forget you guys up there.
We don't.
Your business is, there's more businessmen in Bourbon County as farmers in agriculture than there is anything else. I think sometimes people in Bourbon County, especially folks got don't understand what it costs to run our organizations. I mean, just like these computer systems, 30 years ago, we didn't have that. Now we do. And we live by it. And we live and die by it. How do you achieve it? You have to be on the inside. That's not cheap. You know, I think a lot of people like living here. And it's still pretty damn well there. Now,
Oh, my station out in Holland. Yeah, my son lives in Wisconsin. I worked in El Paso for 7 years. Yes. Brownsville can be nice, but you get it too. I was down in El Paso for like 7 years running that whole border, airports, Venti and all that stuff. Yeah, damn near killed me. I got out here. I got up here in COVID because it started. I had 7 guys. No. I was with GSA, so we took care of all the property, all the courthouses, all the FBI, DEA, ICE, all them guys. We took care of them. So, but you walk in there and be like 1,500 detainees, and I couldn't see my floor. I was like, dude, this thing is like all dirt. I'm like, what do you do? We just caught them out in the desert, brought them here. Oh my God, they're like flesh-eating bacteria and all kinds of stuff. We're like, don't touch them.
Where do they sell those shirts at? No, I need a Bourbon shirt.
Sometimes, like, I don't wear it anywhere else because I was watching church and I was like, that is so
Yeah, my kids like, Dad, how fortuitous you living in Bourbon County and you're a bird. Really?
Okay.
You know, on the way to
So we're going to be back in session. We're going to deviate from the from the agenda and go with some of these executive sessions so we can get some people in here and get it moved back on the road. So the
Moving
first one,
12 up.
huh?
12, number 12.
Yeah. We're going to go with, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to KSA 754319B4 to discuss data relating to financial affairs or trade secrets of corporations, partnerships, trusts, and individual proprietorships. For 10 minutes?
She said 15.
15 minutes. It'll include the counselors and the 3 commissioners.
I second.
What's his last name?
Noreen.
Did we vote? No.
Micah.
Micah.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Second.
I did second, yes.
Gary Bauer.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
She said yes.
We don't need to talk about this anymore. And we don't need to talk about that anymore. He probably did, but you.
I heard he was during the workshop part.
Yeah. We put out the asphalt fire.
He's not out there.
He's sitting in
Oh, he's sitting in there.
Oh, yeah, I thought he said he would be up waiting.
Oh, yeah, he said I'll come back later and talk about that.
You can steal the asphalt.
Whatever it is.
What part, the one around us, the one that's now they said they backed out.
Yeah, when you first opened, she was there helping. And he, yeah.
That's being donated.
I don't even remember what time they said they were coming out.
Yeah. So that tore up and all that is going to she has supposedly meetings, yes, every day. And she is responsible for one job.
And
Well,
You don't have a lot of stuff, you know.
That's smart. Overhead, right, when you start out. I've seen down in these places where we get a meeting and three.
Yeah, you know, and he just.
The way you come from.
Few days, day or two right after the opening, he was around and he was, you know, he didn't want to get a lot of hamburgers. And he pretty much goes to the store about every day, you know, for his fresh meat. And he gets it Mountain City, you know, they're either at the grocery store or the butcher shop or something.
She's got a meeting. Yeah, I did. She's got to quit.
Yeah, like the other day, I was hash browns. I ordered 2 eggs over easy, sausage, hash browns, and regular hash browns. And just toast on the side, you know, instead of biscuits and gravy. I just stir it all up together anyway. Yeah. You know, in Missouri, they call it.
Eggs and biscuits and gravy.
Katie, Evan said that it was really good.
There it is. Just take it straight and shove it in the harder.
He did it every Friday.
Well, he's only open till 3. And he's not, he wants to eat just from breakfast and dinner. You know, mid at 3, you know, mid afternoon, you know.
What time do they close?
3 o'clock. He hasn't got, you know.
He hasn't got it.
Yeah, because he's on the cooking, so he don't want. You know,
Joey?
no, Joey.
When do they open?
It's Adam. He's, yeah, a new guy from Kansas City, real nice. Hours are 6 to 3.
I'm starving.
I almost, I mean, it was in my head to bring popcorn. It just feels better. If I had come at 4 o'clock, I'd have got something. And I decided I didn't need to be.
I can hear it now. Point of order, popcorn.
Right here. Oh, yes. Are you familiar with?
I'm ordering pizza.
I'm ordering pizza.
It's right there.
Somebody had a pizza order.
My own personal opinion. I think we all ought to get together.
Been there for 25 years.
And they're wild.
Oh, for 11.
But you come back.
I hold this hostage and
I
not
went the
giving
other day.
us any kind of
I was trying to go in there. It was Kansas.
Yeah, you have no recourse.
There's a crock
I
in
didn't
the
want-
internet bill.
I want a
It's going up
hamburger.
$70,
But I
you
didn't
have
want
no
buns.
choice.
So
No,
he
you
gave me
don't.
hamburgers
I have no choice.
with grilled onions and cheddar cheese and couple slices of
Probably
bread.
until
Butter,
this-
slapped it
I mean,
on.
we can-
Yeah,
Yeah,
no good, you just
yeah.
try anything.
Remember what time
As long as
ours went up?
He's got 15 minutes, but I don't remember when they left.
It just says.
So neither one of us-
We're gonna get some more, whatever.
Neither one of us thought that way.
I didn't know I was supposed to back you up.
Yes. Well, I pay 70 now, but it's gonna go up.
No, not again. No, that was the.
When are you leaving that you don't know?
That when they went to
Crockett told us they wouldn't be there in our library.
Northeast.
Oh, Lake. And maybe that's a blessing. That's where we went someplace else and we're perfectly happy. It's a whole week and a half years ago. And when we call them, they are there with us.
We've got it all mapped out.
Well, at least the stuff in Seattle, which is always wet. Like I was rusting there.
That's where Brian is now.
Well, Portland, I have friends that I love it when the sun's out, but the sun's never out.
I wouldn't want to be in a climate that snows all the time or rains all the time.
They work all the time in Vancouver.
Are you putting in a blow-up bed in the back of the truck, Susan?
Huh?
Are you putting that blow-up bed in the back of the truck?
No, in our tent.
In your tent?
And if a rattlesnake or something comes at me, I'm sleeping in the truck the rest of the time.
Yeah.
See, you have a pop-up tent, I have one new in the box, I'll give it to you.
I told him, I said, just let me take my cot. He goes, oh, it'll be on the tent.
I'll give it to you. It's one of those that fit right in the bed of that truck.
He's already got the truck back.
Huh?
When you leave it,
Carolyn's sin. If I can get it.
Oh, yeah. You know what it is?
dinner's
Tomorrow morning at 6.
was a little house. Mine and the kids I know I'm not gonna get to ski, I'm not much more. If I take everything, there's no way. We would he can, he's got and it's just
I did when I took yesterday left. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm saying, one executive session, talking about moving, they moved.
Oh, I'm those people are just cold, you can't. If they're horrible, they're
Water population. It's all necessary.
No, but I might want to see if we can like that.
I give you my card pass. And they can say everyone records on it. During the next executive session. I have it with me. Change it, just tell them every lady, even though you're the one that did it. He said it to me. You mean I have to do that?
yeah, and they all.
Talks about this tonight, but I think I love her chicken salad. Yeah, because they, yeah, this one they have to go to, they, whatever, but these are ones that don't do it. So what is your focus? You give her those straight.
Would you say there's 3,000 cars?
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
I'd rather it not be circulated.
We said I was about to go over there.
I know.
I may have to leave.
Are you looking for my shoes? You didn't bring it in, huh? Oh, my gosh.
Hey, Robert's on the track, maybe I could get him to get some.
Want me to take a heart attack and have him drop by Domino's?
And this is some of mine. But I'm clear on that page above Susan.
I'm not against
On your Kansas Historical Society, you're talking about record retention because you see I have, mine is the school records.
Good. So we're gonna both hit it.
Yeah, because somebody told me that they gave Mr. Tram a tour, and he was wanting to know what all these old books were.
Budget hearing for the college got moved. Maybe. Or not here yet. There were some mistakes in that budget document.
3 minutes
So we're-
late, 3 seconds late. Time to knock on the door.
I wouldn't knock my budget, so I
Huh?
should not knock in. They got 2 attorneys in there, maybe 3.
I don't mind filing a comment complaint about all 4 of them.
I'm surprised you haven't done that. You gotta run it fast.
You gotta take one. I live on.
Let's look at what.
Hey.
So how do we?
It only took one.
Yeah. It's easy on me.
Now, I've seen 30 other ones that got ignored.
I wasn't worried about how. Oh, I think you should get.
And this could be just a form letter that automatically gets spit out.
I said it's federally mandated.
This is just one of these.
Well, we can't make it look like a form letter.
I don't think anybody set a timer. What time? Katie, what time?
I think we busted the time limit.
Do you know what time we went in? 1 minute.
Okay. Well, we're back in session.
Pretty close.
Second.
I move that we move back into session, no action.
Minimalist motion.
Yes.
Beer Bauer.
Yes, yes. And so
You
now.
said yes for me.
Oh, I said yes for me.
You said it for me too. Yes.
Okay.
Just say it. Just say it.
Just say yes.
We're babies.
I know.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go into executive session pursuant to KSA 754319 for attorney-client privilege. Would be B2, yeah, for consultation with attorneys for public body of agency which would be deemed privileged in attorney-client relationship. I make that as a motion
Second.
for 15 minutes. 3 commissioners and the 2 counselors. We'll turn back here at,
It's 28, so.
yeah. We'll make it, we said 15 minutes, let's just make it 7:45.
Okay.
Just make it 18.
Yes.
Beer Bauer.
Yes.
Milburn.
Yeah.
In this room, right?
Yes, this room right here. Or maybe,
Okay.
So what's this one for?
Attorney-client privilege.
Is this an extension to what they were in there?
No. They added it.
Oh.
Who is that young man?
Yeah.
I don't know. His name was Eric Noreen.
Administration is saying,
Susan, I'm gonna go to I could.
No.
Someone else was drinking tonight. I could smell it. Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
It was
Oh,
strong.
yes.
Brandon.
Oh,
just
I thought, I don't need to, I can just go. It was just,
In the meeting.
Sticker bar.
Yeah, you're turning it into, they said they'd send it up.
I figure if they're gonna do that, they should.
That what?
If they're gonna do that kind of thing, they should share.
Should have been coming here early.
We're having lots of fun.
It's like working if I get that. Another thing to her. Well, that's new. Well, I see these signs down in Bourbon County.
Yeah, not Jacob and not Bob, the other guy.
Came out from last one. So his name was
Now I understand what you're talking about.
Eric Noreen. Noreen.
He's still sitting. I've seen it.
Now, what they're doing, they're releasing that. And then they're plugging that over. Who's the company for this over plans?
Huh?
I got the authority. I was told somebody changed
I'm over here.
Well,
I'll tell Shane you were nice to him.
I was, is that what you're gonna put in the minutes?
Yeah. My boy was nice.
I think we're gonna
I thought she was gonna have me sort those cards.
I did
For
too.
minutes.
Since we're gonna be here all night,
Yes.
so might as well work.
We've sat here for
I
30
always
minutes.
consider Bourbon.
What's bad is we've had so many people
I
bring them
always
back
consider
to us,
Bourbon County
like,
as a cattle
we
country
can't take
anyway.
them.
Yeah, I know, 'cause
They
I
have to-
did.
Yeah, they have to go through the mail.
Hot brownie
You have to
here
show them rejected.
is a real.
We had a Helen Hughes,
Not anyone.
sent to our address.
Oh, yeah, you told me that.
Worry about the weather.
Helen Hayes has been dead for years.
It's, you know, one asset of Bourbon County is-
And I kind of wondered, you're not supposed to do that kind of thing just to see if you're alert.
You don't have a big city. This is the
I don't
biggest
know.
city.
You know, postage is so much more. 60 cents for a postcard. How ridiculous. 38.
And I still send those things.
You can almost get some of the people with one hand.
It's an older generation thing, my mom. It's a big part still.
Yeah, still send letters.
Me?
My uncle still hires out checks and puts them in the little papers.
I remember when I
He's got an old typewriter, he loves to do it.
got chased out of one of the farms by a bunch of shotgun. No, we stepped into a guy selling weed.
What?
They decorate the parade.
Yeah.
You will pick up all.
It sounds like.
their excuses.
But I have done it more.
Because I was always in that band playing the.
Fix the neighbors, that's the neighbors.
Well, part of what he said is true. We are extremely independent.
Opening a crematory. And guess where? New Branson is doing their anchor store.
Now, when you got a piece of ground that's not making any money and somebody comes in and says, I'll pay $200 a year to lease your land,
Yeah.
he's not making any money.
Because they have gone into the joint.
Yep.
Which one is this?
New Branson.
Yeah, but where, there's Kimberly City.
Is this
and there's
real or is
Springs.
this all AI generated?
No, it's not. Well, I don't know. Whatever you want to believe. But
I think the picture's AI generated, but it might be real.
I would say, someone said I said, I hope there's a drive-through.
That's the whole thing. I've had it as long as you don't do it from my back.
You know, and what's their return policy?
Yeah.
No.
We hadn't seen.
We got something written down on the
One of our ladies that brings the cemetery.
right there where your thumbs up, right there.
Haven't sold water on. I said, yeah, I ordered mine. I ain't get in there anymore.
And there are people who are.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's.
Well,
Now, under this.
you know, I
It's only gonna get worse.
Just tell them that. Hey, pull this one.
I told my
Okay.
daughter's got this
I got it.
$100 bill, she just doesn't know it's monopoly money.
We need some folks. We're able to get a roll, like, my uncle's buried in Chicago, and they wanted it to be biodegradable. And so we got it, because he was born in Kansas and grew up here until college, but we've got sunflowers and it's pretty pretty. I have got
You know, here in Goldman, saltine cracker.
Well, I wanted a chocolate, and that's coffee thing, but you can't buy those.
You can't buy
No,
those.
you can't buy those.
Extortion.
But I knew I paid $68 as a map of the world.
Then you have to say who's financing their.
But she won't.
Same flowers, if your budget's tight.
Yeah.
That's always a tough thing to fight.
My wife's so tight, I'm
Who do you guys think we need to go with?
Almost, that's why I always thought, why don't they have a planning commission? Because planning commission,
For budget.
everybody
We're
gets.
trying to do that. And
There was plans, because I didn't hear all that. I was with college.
I spent too many years on the planning commission. That allows everybody to
Yeah.
come in and bitch and moan, and you can sort of winnow
See,
down and get the
they're
power.
trying to get you at least close to being able to get a bond, or they're gonna get in trouble with this radio.
Yeah.
They just right out here and all that.
Well, I know we're talking about it, but I also
I'm not
heard
gonna
that
be here to
there's
advocate, so you guys might see it.
no, they can't now.
by God, I'd like to be on it.
I mean, I don't see why there isn't a reason why.
Thanks for
I
coming.
spent a lot of years on that planning commission. I do a little bit,
Yeah.
know a little bit about it.
1 year, suck it up, cut, don't do a lot of
Because
extras.
what did we say that if we went flat, we could get up to
I
700,000?
mean, 6,000 hours.
That would put us close to where we can get a bond.
And have a decent rating,
Yeah.
not a great rating.
Well, and the money's gonna get cheap.
Pretty close as far as budget. I understand it's our side.
No, he's saying right in this
But
section.
if we don't take care of
He's making our point.
our rating and our services, we're gonna lose people.
Well, here, I'll show you this. Susan's already seen it. She doesn't have to look. But
Out here.
I have found, how much down? $8 million? That's not being taxed.
Are you in favor of
What you talking about, Luke?
Exempt.
Well, I think it's almost
Illegally
stupid
exempt.
that it isn't.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I thought, oh, I am. No, I thought most things.
Is Lynn County?
Has it?
Is Lynn County something? Is Copper County something?
Fill it working on it. And nonprofit means your salaries all have to come from donations. Otherwise you're considered.
So you're talking about Sure, you're talking Legacy?
Well, yeah, they were the first one to go into it.
Oh, yeah, they have been, they're down.
They're back on the roll, though, right? Yeah, and salaries on a nonprofit have to come from donations, not from, and you know they're not getting free services out there. And I'm not gonna mess with legacy, I'm just gonna sue these people.
Are you guys working on next week at church? We're gonna be, they've got me tickets to go see the Awakens in Branson. Like the second year we missed it, and picked, like, yeah, it's Shane's birthday weekend, so we don't ever do that. We're going for a 2-week vacation.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, so much needed. Yeah. We're tent camping, we're staying in our GPs. Good. We're roughing it. Good. But no phones. Good. Just get out of here.
Came out of everybody.
Okay.
Because they didn't take that.
We're leaving
Did we
Friday.
finally just build it?
Are they having a meeting on Monday?
Oh, yeah, that bothers me.
Well, they're
We have
having
not got the meeting.
on the 28th.
Two meetings ago, Susan, didn't you get
29th,
to the
right? Did I get what?
You got the EMS building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gave it to me to look at.
Oh, because he couldn't make it bigger. Just like me, fine.
So we don't have
We don't have that yet, we don't, unless he has anything tonight. We're gonna give
We're not talking about how
the attorney. Yeah, we still don't have it.
regulations on buildings, like how we change your house. Oh, we're talking basically like what kind of.
I don't
Pick one
see
and
what
take the other.
Just think it was his communication.
Talking about bringing people in, but farms out. Again, I'm gonna say something important. We can't put in a reservoir.
So
Unless we have Fish and Game come in and say, well, what about the red belly skink and all that stuff?
So how does
That's what we flag. You just like.
that do something with this?
The governor's for it. Governor, for it. And guess who pays Fish and Game salary? The governor. They're not gonna go against the governor.
What?
You know, sometimes you just have to overlook whatever your politician says, you know what's best for the country.
I'm missing a page.
They declare they are a tax exempt.
These are events from 59 to 01.
Nonprofits.
All over this county.
Providing charitable.
You know, I sort of like. But it is tough. These people
So,
out
4 more years
into the 21st.
You walk down the street and somebody, they know about it. And unfortunately, nobody cares. It was that way at the 80s.
They don't have a meeting next Monday.
Because I was in charge of.
Thank goodness. But they have a special meeting they set up. I can't find my page 2 in my minutes. That's never good.
Well, think about this.
Why you're here
Because that lady right there told me to come. And the fact is, I've been sitting on my ass since I got hurt, and I haven't been doing anything. And I decided it was time to do it. I don't care, that's an opinion. But I, say since I got hurt, I just hard if I take care of myself, but I'm finally to the point saying, hey, you better get back in and do some stuff here. what you like is gonna be. And I just didn't have enough, because I'm a number cruncher. Man, I'm an accountant for so many years, and I love numbers.
Do you know how much taxes these guys pay?
Pardon?
Taxes.
Well, you know, we've always been willing to give shit away for 10 years. Willing to give things for 10 years. That's the most stupidest thing in the world. But that's what poor country counties like this sometimes, it's got good businesses in here and some tax for 10 years. I'm going to pay. Didn't get deadly shit.
Since 2006, we got a full-time income for standard. State legislature gave it 10-year tax. Lost $2 billion. The Canadian company, they went back in session and they sued us. And the judge said, we lost out $2 billion worth of tax.
And what do we do to try to make up for it? Raise property taxes.
All right. Tick tock.
Oh, goodness gracious. This is Chairman.
Look at. All right, I move that we return to session, no action.
Second.
Brad's in here too.
Okay. Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, we're going to move one more thing to the top so that we can expedite some things here. We're going to move the resolution, Planning Commission resolution. Trying to find it here.
Under 14, old
yeah,
business.
old business, okay. Planning Commission resolution.
To what section?
Right now. Right now. That'll be above 8.
Okay, above 8.
Yeah. So, where we're at,
It's all over the place.
yeah. So, do we have the current resolution?
The resolution was emailed. I know there were some questions about whether it should be brought under KSA 12-744 or KSA 19-2957, which is a good question. Mr. Hoyt asked a question. I think that's a good question. I did do some research on that last week when I was gone, as well as today. I talked to Shawnee County, who deals with this a lot. I talked to Johnson County. I also talked to Jay Hall, the attorney for the Kansas Association of Counties, and did my own research. You can bring it under either. KSA 12-744 allows for the forming of a
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission. It says the governing body of any city, then it goes on to say, and the Board of County Commissioners of any county by adoption of a resolution may create a planning commission. KSA 19-2957 says the Board of County Commissioners by resolution may establish a planning commission for the county. So both statutes allow for the formation of a planning commission. And I talked to Jay Hall for 30 minutes, probably today, about it. Because the only thing that I could find is counties have formed planning commissions under KSA 12-744, which is what I put in the resolution.
Right.
And he indicated that's the only statute that he's ever had counties form the planning commission under. So there isn't a right or wrong. You could do it under either. I think the reason that everyone forms it under KSA 12-744 is you don't have to have as many members, and there's some more technical issues of why that's better, and that's why counties have done that.
Understood.
So I think the question was a good question. I think there's no problem with that, but all the experts that I know in my own research and reading the statutes and looking historically at some of the counties that have done this, there's not a wrong answer. The better answer is to form under 12-744. That was unanimous.
Okay.
Jay Hall with the
What about
KAC.
where it cites the 19101A?
That's the home rule.
And that goes along with it then?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I sent an email out that we had transposed that incorrectly, and that was on there wrong. We changed that. Yeah, it's
Okay,
changed
so
now.
19101A is on there.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
home rule. So I would recommend that if you want to form the planning commission, we've kind of beat this up one way and down the other. Let's get it formed. You're going to have to get the members. You can always amend things down the road, but the statute is a statute. I think I emailed it to you all. It's
Right.
KSA 12-744.
Okay. Discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Member?
No,
No.
I've sent this to Bob and
Okay.
Chase and just
All right.
about everybody.
Commissioner Tran?
I'm fine with it, sir.
All right. Public comments. Michael Hoyt.
My only concern is, Bob, that we have planning commissions within the county already that you will have to incorporate within the planning commission that you're now forming at the county, such as the city of Fort Scott, Bolton. I think Uniontown has a planning commission and zoning commission that you will have to include. That's why 29, whatever it is most appropriate. Also, to include 101, what is it, B, A, B, or C, you're indicating that you're doing something that's non-conforming.
It just-
So, well, let me finish.
Yeah.
So, by declaring that you're going to establish home rule, you're stating that something in here is non-conforming and should be voted upon.
According to Jay Hall, that's not the case, and
you get 100 lawyers in the room, you get 100 different opinions, so.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think we're fine.
Okay.
Shawnee County used this exact same form, and if somebody wants to contest it, why wouldn't it happen in Bourbon County? So,
Okay, go ahead.
Shawnee County just had a massive court case with the solar. Was the planning committee under fire for any of that, do you know?
I don't have any idea. We gotta remember what this does, all this resolution does, is it establishes a planning commission to review and make recommendations to the county commission on recommendations on zoning. The buck stops with the commission. I mean, that's who it starts and stops with. The planning commission is just an advisory commission, and I'm not trying to make it elementary, but we're not establishing some board that's gonna make rules and regulations. They're gonna make recommendations to the commission, and I appreciate that. I haven't looked at Shawnee County's new lawsuit, whatever it might be. But, if there's something out there and we have to change it, it's pretty easy. We amend a resolution.
Okay. Gentlemen, you have a question?
I moved here in 1959, and I've been in business from 59 to 01. I spent 8 years on the Fort Scott Planning Commission. I was the chairman for several years. And what I found in all that time was, you guys are the business operating part of Bourbon County. You have to handle the money and everything. And it is difficult to be able to get a really good consensus of what the county is feeling. It's very difficult. You got a lot of business to handle in a limited amount of time. You're here almost every week. I found out through my planning years that it was a good place for a lot of people to come and complain. And hey, that's part of being an American.
Absolutely.
It's good to complain, but complaints are good if you can whittle them down to what's important and what's affecting the county as a whole. Now, I find out since I've moved back in 15 that has been sort of not been good. You're getting this, you're getting that, you're getting 100 things coming at you, and that's what a planning commission is. All they are is an advisor. Hey, we've had 300 people in our meeting over the last month, and this is what consensusly we think might be the most important thing to come to you.
Well, they sound very useful.
Do you know how many people in the county are against this? Not just one or two? But
What is your name,
that's
sir?
why I think it is very important that Bourbon County does have a planning commission. And another thing, I can't believe this county hasn't gone to zoning. How the heck are we gonna control what's going on in this county if we don't zone?
Thank you, sir. What is your name?
John Hutchinson.
John Hutchinson. Thank
I've
you.
been in 5 businesses in this county from owning to working.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Is there an avenue, Bob, for if the city would do something that would be considered non-conforming to what the planning commission of the county does, what the communication is?
I'd hate to guess on that. I mean, I would just circle back to the planning commission is just going to have a meeting or 2 or 3. There'll be a notice in the paper and then they'll make recommendations to the board. I would guess that when they make recommendations to the commission, that's when probably that may come up. I mean,
Okay, then the only other comment I'll
You
finish.
gotta raise your hand, sir.
I'll finish my comment is the structure of the board, the majority of the members have to live outside the incorporated area of the county. So 90% of the population is going to be paying 100% of the bills.
well, that happens a lot. I mean, in the current county assessment, probably most of the tax dollars come from within the city of Fort Scott that also pays city taxes. So, I mean, that's the nature of where you live, but I mean, I can't change the wording of the statute.
I'm just making that as a taxpayer comment.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I have a question. Doesn't this take the 3 mile zoning away from the city?
I don't think so.
state's still working on that.
I thought it did.
I thought we
No.
needed to take that away.
I don't
think so, but I
don't think so.
Yeah.
It's mentioned in.
I mean, I just really want everybody to realize that all we are doing is just establishing a planning commission who will make recommendations. The board may decide not to follow it. They may, I mean, it's a recommendation board. I think we just have to remember, we're
Right.
establishing a board following the statute that we have to decide if the commission wants to invoke something. I mean, we're establishing a board that has no authority. It's a recommendation.
Let's just hope it doesn't turn into a serpent.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Any other questions before we move on? All right, I move that we adopt resolution, what number will this be? 30? 30-25. A resolution creating a planning commission for the county of Bourbon County, or the county of Bourbon, Kansas. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Bourbon, Kansas desire to establish a planning commission and planning department for Bourbon County, Kansas pursuant to KSA 12-744. Now therefore it be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Bourbon Bourbon, Kansas, sitting in a regular session on this day of August 25th, 2025, and intending to exercise its powers of home rule legislation pursuant to KSA-19101A, does hereby resolve as follows. Section 1, Bourbon County Planning Commission created. This is hereby created and established a body which shall be known as the Bourbon County Planning Commission. The Bourbon County Planning Commission shall assume all powers, duties, responsibilities, functions provided by the laws of the state of Kansas and resolutions of the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Bourbon, Kansas. Membership of commission. The planning commission shall consist of 7 members who shall be appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. Each commissioner shall select 2 members who shall reside in said commissioner's district. The 7th member shall be selected by the Board of County Commissioners in block. Terms. In order to ensure that the terms are not more than two members expire at the same time, the terms of the initial appointees to the Planning Commission shall be staggered as follows. 2 members shall be appointed to 1-year terms, 2 members shall be appointed to 2-year terms, and 3 members shall be appointed to 3-year terms. The chair of the Board of County Commissioners select which members shall serve which terms. Thereafter, all appointments to the Planning Commission shall be for a term of 3 years, all members to serve without compensation. All terms shall commence and be effective in January of each year, provided that all members shall continue to serve until their successors are appointed or until such members has been reappointed. A majority of the members shall reside outside the corporate limits of any incorporated city in the county. Functions. For property located in the Bourbon County, the Planning Commission shall be authorized to approve subdivision plats, make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on amendments to zoning regulations, make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners concerning planning issues, including but not limited to comprehensive plan, subdivision regulations, zoning regulations, transportation, neighborhood revitalization, capital improvements, perform other functions as are authorized by state law and county resolutions. Meeting. The Bourbon County Planning Commission shall convene for its first meeting at such time and place as shall be fixed by the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, and shall thereupon proceed to organize, adopt bylaws, elect officers, and determine times and places of future meetings, which meetings shall not be less frequent than 4 times each year. Special meetings may be called by the chairperson of the Planning Commission, or if absent, by the vice chairperson, on not less than 3 days' notice. Such notice to be mailed sent to the address given to the Secretary of the Planning Commission by each member. The Bourbon County Councilor shall provide legal representation to the Planning Commission and attend its meetings. Quorum and voting. A quorum of the Planning Commission shall consist of 4 members, except as otherwise provided by state law requiring a higher number of votes. Any matter requiring approval by the Planning Commission or a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners shall require the affirmative votes of not less than a majority of the quorum present at such meetings of the Planning Commission. Matters pertaining only to the administration of the Planning Department shall require only a simple majority vote of the quorum as set in that section. The Secretary shall record all votes taken by name, indicating whether the members voted in the affirmative or negative or abstained. A copy of such record will be transmitted to the Board of County Commissioners following each meeting of the Planning Commission. A planning director shall serve as the secretary to the Planning Commission and shall cause a proper record to be kept of all proceedings of the Planning Commission. Section 2, Bourbon County Planning Zoning Department created. There is hereby established and created the Bourbon County Planning and Zoning Department which shall act as staff of the Bourbon County Planning Commission. At this time, there shall not be a director. However, the Board of County Commissioners reserves the right to have a part-time employee at some point in the future assist in the zoning process and assist the Planning Commission. Section 3, other provisions. This resolution supersedes any other resolutions in conflict herewith. This resolution shall become effective upon publication in the official county newspaper. We're on a motion right now.
I was wondering if it's able to get a copy of that. I don't hear with it on.
Okay.
Sure. I have one. I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Okay. That is the resolution. That's the motion.
You restate your motion, sir.
Can you reread?
Okay, here we go. I get tongue-tied as it is. Come on. Say Bourbon County, Kansas County Commission 3 times. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do we have a second?
Second. Yes.
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 All right. And I think that's it for you, sir.
Is that it?
Yep.
If something else comes up, give me a call.
Oh, we will.
Yes.
Have a good evening. Be safe.
Our plats, the city
Here.
does any plats that are within the city. But every once in a while, we'll get a subdivision, someone starting a subdivision in the county. With the city, the mayor and the commissioner of the planning committee signs those plats. The ones that are, and you, all three of you commissioners also sign. So, is that just something that will cross that bridge? when we-
I don't think, until they make a recommendation and the board takes some sort of action, I don't think anything will change.
Okay.
That'd be my take.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Be safe going home.
All right, moving next, let's bring in Mr. Doherty, health insurance update.
You skip conservation.
They're gone.
Oh, they're not.
Thank you.
May I go make a copy?
Yes.
Yeah, you gonna make me one too, please? Is Mr. Doherty still here? There, here they come.
There's 3 chairs right here. Sir, that microphone's for you, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, thank you.
She'll be right back. She had to make some copies and then we'll jump into this. Apologize for the delay.
Thank you. You guys are busy. Plenty on your plate.
This is one of those meetings, that's starting to be the norm.
This is part of the 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
So it's unforgettable.
More than that.
We do it all in one night.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
All right. Well, thank you, commissioners.
Yeah.
Let me just get
Sorry
started.
you had to wait so long.
Well, that's okay. Thank you very much. Well, one of the things we've been talking about was just looking at accurate options, not trying to recommend you do one thing or the other, but when you're looking at health insurance and it's expensive and the cost, and we've been doing this a long time. Well, they haven't as long as me, but it's pretty, yeah, sure. So when we look at health insurance, our goal is just to give you accurate options and just show you what the pros and cons are of those. You know, every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else.
It's
Mr. Hutchinson.
Want me to wait a minute?
Yes, please.
Okay.
He's trying to get it.
Oh, okay,
He's
okay,
trying.
okay. So with health cost or any kind of cost, you look at all the options, and that's our job, is to give you accurate options. And every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. And so our goal is not to try to sway you one way or the other, just to give you accurate options. And the original reason we were going to meet tonight was to go over claims experience. And so we talked about an executive session. So is that next, or is this one include these together?
We can go
We can
into
do it right
exec-
now and you can come back and do this, or wanna
They
do it
kind of
first?
tie together
Okay.
because the claims, sometimes we get concerned about that when we're talking about your loss ratio in a small town. Sometimes you can tie it to who's having the claim, and we try not to do that. On the other hand, the projections on money you might save by making changes in how you fund a plan are also going to be affected by whether you get a rate increase or not.
Okay.
So even though we're talking about hypotheticals, they're only hypothetical with the numbers you know today, not the numbers Blue Cross might give you when they get the renewal. So it's really whatever's best for all of you, but that's our position, is the claims and the hypotheticals go together, and we get real concerned about protecting
Do
privacy.
you want to talk to us about that, and then we can come back out here and talk about what we can in the open?
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
So how much time do you need, maybe?
I don't think we need a lot of time, because we're going to get right to the point on what we think Blue Cross is. Then
Okay.
we have to wait for their renewal. and then what the hypotheticals are, and then we could come out and you could ask me what you want me to comment on. If that sounds okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think 10 minutes will be done.
10 minutes,
Okay.
we
Yeah,
good?
I think we'll be done.
Okay, so I move that we go into executive session pursuant to KS 754319B1 to discuss personnel matters of individual non-elected personnel to protect their privacy. It'd be the three commissioners and Don Doherty
Jeremy. And Christy Mitchell.
and Chris.
Jeremy Bowman, Christy.
And be for 10 minutes. We'll return back to these chambers. Let's call it at 8:20.
Okay.
8:20.
8:20.
Second.
Tran?
For you to say
Yes.
second, sorry about
Yes.
that.
Milburn?
Yes.
Sorry, no, you're fine.
Oh my God.
You want?
Now you did on purpose. Hey, grab my pretzel.
Yes, sir, straight there.
Because you might, that might be good backup.
Let's see, we are right here.
Yeah, it could be there, so if it was outside, it would be
Maybe not.
That's what I was.
That's what Bradish next. I don't, they've already done this.
Yeah,
And I think they've already done this.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
It'll be Bradish.
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
My Tuesday's business and Thursday. Monday is, except for Thursdays.
I just use this agenda when they're Friday, and we're gonna be here till midnight.
I'll try pretty much.
And then I have to, I still have to go in and like scan everything in before I leave for vacation, so it don't matter. So I'll be here for a while.
You guys. You still with us?
Well, I kind of on the way from Seven Views. People posted today because I kept seeing cars driving around the road.
I know, it's terrible, and it's even further down the road
Yeah.
now. It's a huge, we went down that road the other day. It's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to the point that's going to be milled up and relayed.
That's why when we the picture and see
Oh, I haven't printed that.
and making so they can see where the
Actually.
layout is of the north, the north city limits.
Let me go print that. I'm thinking of it.
Because when they talk about getting into the city, they've already proved that.
Yeah, right. Okay, I think on that one.
That already
I'm not like,
proved
I didn't go. No, that was.
Stove.
Thank you.
Let's process that.
But I thought it might be best coming from you.
Yes, yes. Well, I can't do September 8th, I can do. That's this week, I can do September 8th. And this whole week, in September, even the 5th. Are you gone? Okay, yeah, so we'll shoot for September 12th.
Friday. Because I'm flying back on a Saturday.
They're gonna have to start this Sunday afternoon. She'll have Sunday. Sunday afternoon might be a hazard for time. I've got.
I know, but that's kind of the opposite. Afternoon. You don't do it. Yeah. Shoot, I'd like to.
Restrict yourself to Saturday?
Sunday is a busy morning.
Busy morning for you?
Every Sunday is a busy morning, and then try to have lunch ready when I get there, and I try to be on the couch taking my nap. Very soon, as soon as I finish CBS Sunday.
15-minute nap a day adds 5 years to your life.
What?
15-minute nap every day adds 5 years to your life.
Oh, hey.
My dad had the uncanny ability to come in off of the tractor, eat lunch, and sit down in his lounge chair and take a 20-minute nap. And he just automatically woke up and then would go back out on the farm like 10 o'clock at night. I inherited that. I did that when I was teaching. If I read the papers all night, I could go into during my planning hour, sit down, take a 20-minute nap, and get up and be good to go. Good to go. And that's been on now. 20 minutes, just feet up and fold into myself and quit solving the problems in the world. Good thing already packed.
But yeah, the truck's packed. Thank goodness, because I'm gonna go home and crash. But I've still got to stay here and scan in everything and get it.
For what?
I have to scan it all in and get it on the website and get it certified and I'll be here another hour.
Lucky.
Yeah, I spent all day Sunday doing 4 different budget things and we didn't make it. So.
I read the papers till 2, maybe at night.
Yeah. Yeah, then when they say teachers have summers off, I'm thinking,
They are so full of homework.
yeah, yeah.
Because you have to redo the dadgum certificate so you can be able to teach the next year.
Right, right. And prepare for the next year.
Someone needs to inform Micah what my hours are. She called me at 8:15 Sunday morning.
And I don't know.
I did, because I was asleep.
Sunday is my day, but this week it wasn't. Reserve that for family time.
She calls 12 to 12, noon to midnight, you can call me.
By 9 o'clock, I'm usually in bed playing solitaire and watching some kind of history channel or some kind of
We like to do like the holy hands and all the different categories.
I know Shane just watched South Park.
Oh,
Yes, they were watching it this weekend. I said, turn that off. It's terrible.
So funny.
Oh, it's terrible. What's that?
What?
South Park. It's terrible.
Oh, listen, I really wish they would be just a little, and then I can watch it.
Yeah.
They take the Lord's name in vain, and I
I think you can't do it.
They take Satan's name in vain more than this one.
And they were so spot
On luck.
No, a lot of stuff.
so spot on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a son who just absolutely thinks like they do,
And you know that, what was it, Paramount, CBS paid whoever Trump used to sue, they paid him $50 million to drop their suit. They paid South Park $1.5 billion for 27 episodes.
yes. I know. I just wish they told me this.
I know.
So I could watch it.
I have such a hard time with like some of those, even some of the streaming shows, like, I can't watch, like, I can watch some Adam Sandler, but I cannot see him watching Federal, I'm just like, just can't.
But I do appreciate Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be good. The old ones are really good.
Can I conduct business while they're,
Actually, they're supposed to come out.
You were talking about 20 minutes.
penciling, I've got outdoors done.
They said 8:20.
Does that count for yelling at your
No, no,
He said laughing.
Oh, laughing.
That, I think that would be.
Well, but we
Change
usually,
the other.
we end up laughing at the end though. She says, like, you're gonna tell me what to do? Or her best line is, I brought you in this world, I can take you out.
Oh, yes.
I heard that many times.
That one, and if you're gonna live in.
Yeah, that one. I don't think those ever go out.
No.
I've said that when I was a child. He has said it to his kids. So that one's one that just never. My kids have something. You're
I move that we return to session, no action.
Second. Yes.
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 I mean, continue
Yeah,
or wait?
continue.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
where we were.
continue.
Yeah.
So, we talked about claims, which we're going to go into a different subject now about where your claims are and move right into some hypotheticals. And again, we're not trying to say do one or the other. No, we're not trying to say keep your plan the same as it is now or change family contributions. We're just did the numbers as we were requested to do. So currently, the contribution levels for the health insurance that the county's paying towards the employees and families is $1,318,833 approximate. One alternate idea, some groups like this, your employee rate is around 902 for the richer plan, and the other plan is around 800 and some. So what some groups do is they say we're going to contribute 900 for either plan, and those that take the HSA get 80 some dollars a month put into an HSA that is always their money. It can be used for medical expenses and eventually becomes part of their retirement plan. So they're getting, close to $1,000 a year put in there, and if they're not having claims, it's their money. If they're having claims, they got it to help. But either way, that's just a hypothetical. So you change the employee contribution on the HSA to a higher amount, and you keep the employer contribution on the richer plan close. And then if you were not, we're not saying not to do this, but if you were not contributing then to the dependents except for the $902, there's an approximate savings of what the employer is contributing of $246,841. So that's one option. Another, and there's a lot of options. We didn't run every option. Another option would be just what we described, but now you pay 50% of the family cost instead of like 82 or 83%. That's an option, and that's saved about $73,072.
And those savings we could put directly towards the salary resolution to get fair raises out there for everybody.
It's the county's, yes, the money would go to the county. It would be less money you're paying Blue Cross. So these are all coming from Blue Cross and their claims dollars. So then another one was, it's the same concept. You pay the 902 for the rich plan, you pay the 902 for the other plan, they get the money going to the HSA, and now you say, we're gonna put $400 towards the cost of either children or a spouse plan. You know, a 400, what we call a defined contribution.
Okay.
And then that saves about $112,442. Now, of course, again, every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. So it gets challenging sometimes for most of the groups that we write do either 75, 80% or 90%, or in some cases 100% of the employee, and most do not contribute towards the family, but when they do, it's great, but the most don't. So when you do that with the marketplace, it makes it possible, but it used to be almost impossible if someone wasn't healthy. I started in 1980 in this business, and it was way more challenging for 20 years than it is now, because there is a marketplace, there is Medishare, but it is a challenge, and sometimes when you have to go to the marketplace, if you can't afford the county plan, that network may not be as good as your plan. Your network is, with Blue Cross PPO, is about as good as it gets. It's really good. When you get Blue Cross individual plans, it's still gonna have like KU, Children's Mercy, and the local hospitals, but you sometimes don't get those MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, et cetera. So your network could change. The coverage is still there. Emergency rooms are usually covered anywhere. But those are just things hoops you have to jump through. In some cases, when we do this, people, if they're making like hypothetically $18,000 a year like a dependent child, they might pay $7 a month for a $500 deductible. We don't know. The numbers are all over the place with ACA. We have to work, and I say we, Jeremy does most of the work on that, but we've been doing that since ACA were developed. We worked with Willis a year before ACA and the Obamacare plans came out. We started working on those. We worked real hard at being accurate, telling people the pros and cons of it. I'm not saying you should do that or not do it, but if there was panic and, hey, most of the health family rate was paid and now less of it's paid, and what are you gonna do? Our office is across the street. I think I told you the other day, I walked over here, it took me 95 seconds, and I'm 67 and slow, but some people can make it faster. But you can come to our office, we'll help you. But our goal is to show you accurate options and take care of you, hopefully for the rest of my life and their life, but to do a good job and just tell the truth and help anybody. And right now, honestly, we help people that aren't even our clients. If they come by, we're not going to turn them away. But we especially help our clients, more. And but again, our goal is to give you numbers that are hopefully help you make a decision, whatever you want to do.
And these, like you said, these numbers are based on your current rates, current enrollment counts,
Right.
and plan selections now. So obviously, at enrollment, if renewal rates change or election, people shift plans, these are just those estimates based on.
And open enrollment starts, like where I came from was November. Is that the same here, or?
We'd start it in October to
October.
try and get everything out to the employees so that they understand what the changes are.
Right.
So, if I may ask some questions,
One moment.
Okay.
We're allowed to share our claim rates right now aren't we? Are we allowed to share our percentage?
As long as we're not tying it to any names of anybody, then that's the biggest thing I don't think you would be.
98%. So we're at 98%. We've paid in how many?
Well, since January that was through the end of July, wasn't it, Christy?
Yeah.
98%. So if we go back to like March, you were around 45%. June was around 75. It's 98. So there's claims
So we're
creeping
using
up.
every bit of what we've paid.
Pardon?
For the service in claims.
Premiums.
And so it's not looking good for us right now.
Unless
for
some
our
of the
rates.
claims were shock claims and they're going to get better. We don't know that. But when we get your renewal, and we could do your renewal October, November, or December. Usually, it's better to do it early so people can have a smooth landing and they know what they're getting.
Right.
But we can do it most groups your size will renew in early November. We have to wait for Blue Cross's renewal though.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can't really
Right.
fine tune the rates and all that.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you had questions?
Yeah. So you're contributing to the HSA to get them up to the same amount as what you would give a contribution for the Plan A, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's it.
So,
Yes.
so an employee that thought they didn't really need it as much would have some money to put back?
Okay. But is there any plans for paying dental or vision? Because right now we pay a portion of those.
Well, these are just figured on
The medical.
Like if
Okay.
you want to consider funding changes,
Yeah, you can do funding changes on dental vision. You keep it the same.
I just wanted to
those
make
are-
sure they understood
yeah.
that this is just health. This
Yes,
doesn't
we
include
understand.
dental and vision. Okay.
We can address each one line by line if you want to.
That was my question.
And we talked hypothetically about what if you had 10 or 15 people in the county not taking the health insurance? Some groups will just give them like 40 or 50 a month, say, hey,
Yeah.
you're not taking anything because you're on Medicare or you're on your spouse's plan, so we want to give you
Full-time.
something. Full-time, not part-time,
Yeah.
yeah. And so that's just a total internal decision too.
Yeah.
But we'll try to help you with those and put it in your benefit guide and things like
Yep.
that.
And one other clarification on this page, that gold section there shows the HSA, but that HSA number there, and it's based on, who's taking the single out, that's already calculated into the numbers up above because it's just kind of showing you the HSA built up. But you'll notice on the first two plans, the monthly base plan premium of the 902.35 is shown on both plans. So that extra 82.24 is already built into that employer contribution that's shown.
The
there.
goal's
So-
not added to it. It would be added to your savings if you didn't contribute to HSA. We think it makes the plan, in our opinion, which we haven't been trying to give our opinion on that, but anytime you see an HSA and contribution, people feel
Looks
good
more
about
appealing.
having money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the money there, and they feel good about it. And it can be used for dental, vision. The HSA money can be used
Sure.
for dental and vision.
Yeah.
It doesn't just have to be used
So
for
they could
medical
take that
either.
money and use it for some dental work that they need.
They could, yeah.
And so that may be, especially if they think they're gonna need some dental work, and they feel healthy that day, if they're signing up, they might think that's a pretty good deal, right?
They might think it's a pretty good deal.
Okay. Commissioner Tran, you got any further discussion, questions?
No, it's a lot to digest, but no, it's very good, thank you.
Did you run it with 75, with the county just paying 75? Because right now we pay 83 or 86% of the family plan, and we pay upwards of 90 some odd % on the other Family Plus plans.
We
So
did the
did you run it at
current.
75?
We did the current, we did 50%, and
And
we
then-
did $400, and in all of them, we included the 80 some to make the HSA
Okay.
contribution.
Okay.
We didn't do a 75%, but it wouldn't
Okay.
take long for Jeremy to do it. He loves doing the numbers. He might even stay up to midnight and do it for you. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Anything else? Okay, we're gonna open it up. Terry had a question.
When will you have the new premiums, the current,
The new
Oh,
plan?
Chrissy, the Blue Cross numbers, when will we get those, Chrissy?
So that first week of October,
that's when you'll have the
yeah,
rates?
that's when I'll have the new.
And then
rates.
that'll affect our decision about what the plans are gonna look like,
When will you guys be making your decision as to how?
just as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah,
And a lot of it depends on the rates.
yeah.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for waiting so long.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Take care. Commissioner Milburn, thank you.
It's Brad's turn.
All right, now we are with Mr. Matkins.
We're only halfway through this agenda, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
We
we're only
loaded it
halfway through
down.
this agenda, by the way.
We loaded it up, didn't we? I'm gonna have to put a cap on that. Time limit.
I think we've tried.
Just let you know, I watched 8 innings of the Royals while y'all were doing that.
They winning?
So you were productive.
They were not.
You have that one? You don't want it?
Please.
Okay, so after thinking about it for the last couple hours, I should have probably talked about this a couple hours ago. But I didn't want to be rude, so we'll go through it now. Now we got the discussion completed with the dispatch. I did want to go over another thing, and that was asphalt, and just something that's been on my mind for the last few days. So just to go through some scheduling thing, on the 21st, I said we started this discussion, and asphalt was never mentioned because we didn't know exactly which way we were going to go with asphalt. And then on 8/11, that's when I asked if we could receive asphalt for $65 a ton. Told the commission that we needed 2,000 tons, and it would be a revenue for the county. And that's when Commissioner Tran said, "Hey, need to think about it, see where you guys were at and what could be done." That's totally fine. On the 21st, which is a month later, you had a work session with the budget board or advisory board, whatever you call it. And I mentioned it several times that if you cannot get asphalt, I totally understand because it is late in the season. Commissioner Tran, you mentioned, you've been worried about the $65 because of the interlocal agreement. Understood why you said that. You also mentioned that inflation, that we should be paying close to $83 per ton. Understand. I did mention, if you don't honor the $65 per ton, why should we honor $350,000? I'll admit I said that. But right afterwards I said, but if you cannot get us asphalt, we're good with that. We'll go somewhere else. And we do have options. But I want to keep the money in the county if we can possibly do that. So the motion from my commissioner on last Tuesday was for me to come over here and to work a deal with you on dispatch. Nothing about asphalt. There was nothing doing with asphalt in that. So Friday, I hear that the city of Fort Scott is using dispatch and asphalt together, to where if we can't get asphalt, we're going to just dump dispatch. Never once since 7/21, the city of Fort Scott has used the word dump at this commission or at this table. And I've been here several times, more than I'd probably like to be. But the word extortion and blackmail came out on Friday. I feel those statements against me and my commissioners was very inappropriate. Because over the last 4 years, we've spent over $2 million on dispatch, whereas the county has spent $200,000. Not to count how many times the city of Fort Scott has let the county use our laydown machines, how many times we've helped with storms. And I will tell you, our public works guys, they work hand in hand. Public safety, they work hand in hand. There's absolutely no issues with those guys. When it needs to be done, we don't come to the commissioners. I don't go to my commission, we don't go here, we help each other. That's just the way it is. What was said was said. I want to work with the county. I have wanted to work for the last 4 years with the county. It has not worked out because there's been issues with commissioners. But if that doesn't change, we will never find success. And I'm going to just point blank tell you that. You won't find success, and we'll be fighting an uphill battle to find success. So those words that were used should, in my opinion, I don't know how it was merited. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have to point to you because you said them. If you can tell me why they were merited, that's fine. But never once did I use asphalt against dispatch or vice versa, and my commissioners didn't either with their claim. So that's all I've got. I appreciate the time. If you have any questions, comments, I'm here for a second or two.
So I called him on Friday after the meeting. Mr. Matkins told him that we're on basically for asphalt. Unfortunately, that day they were supposed to lay asphalt, but we had a heck of a time, unbeknownst to me, prior to the meeting. We couldn't get the batch plant lit. They finally got it lit late in the afternoon. Couldn't get any asphalt down. They sent me a picture today. We laid asphalt today. So what they're telling me is it looks like we're gonna be able to support Mr. Matkins with what he requests for the season. Sorry. Again, it stands, the 65 still stands. That's,
Those are good numbers. You
Those are
ran
good-
them?
yeah, those are good numbers.
We're still solid and
Yes.
cover all the expenses and depreciation on the machines. and
yes,
everything.
ma'am. 65 is a good number. The only thing is, the thing about the quarry, we're up out at Shepherd right now because we blasted
Right,
Shepherd.
yes, I-
So it is what it
And it's
is.
got the clay, and so what about the rock chips then? If you,
Eric and them,
they only crush enough rock for their asphalt plan.
right, but
So
For
what are you
the
gonna do about that?
2025 asphalt plan.
Yeah, oh, so we talking about 26 right now?
No, I'm asking. You
2020
said
Yeah, that's what-
it's just for-
that our director has,
Only
It's-
crush enough rock for the 2025 asphalt plan, that's
Okay.
correct.
Right, so but the thing is, we didn't start laying asphalt till August. So we have rock.
that's what I'm gonna say.
So
That,
that's,
So we're not gonna lay our whole plan then?
we're gonna lay
No,
as
no,
much
no.
as we can, but I doubt if they'll get through the whole thing. If they do, it's a miracle, and I'm grateful for that. So my point, moving into 2026. So sometime in December, whatever, prior to the new year, please come to us with hard numbers. That way the guys can go ahead and just,
I think in January, the consensus is
Oh, was it
even with
January?
the
Can I ask why
911,
you would
we're
quit
going to-
laying asphalt instead of just going until it gets cold?
well, no, they're gonna keep going.
So if
As
you
long as
don't,
it's 40 rising,
if
they're
you
gonna keep
use
going.
all your rock, don't quit your asphalt
Right.
because of us.
Okay.
Because we can get it somewhere else.
I understand
And
that.
But at that price.
I can make some
But
deals.
here's what I figured up on our 2025 asphalt plan that was presented to us, is that it's about 10,100 tons of rock. That they, so if we've already done that, to take 2,000 out of that, and then if they get to the end and we're out and we need to do some more, or we're closing in and they're making that kind of progress, then I say we can continue and try to get the rock crusher back and do more, or, you know.
Timeline might be the biggest key.
Right.
Because we are going to be ready to lay second week of September.
Right, and
And
right now,
so,
we got it.
well, unless you're using it, and that's where we don't want to take.
Yeah,
Right
that's
now,
been
the
it
word,
the whole time.
the word I got from Eric today, prior to coming to the meeting, he said, it looks like we're gonna be able to give them what they need. I'm like, okay, that's what he told me,
Okay.
and that's what I'm gonna relay here. The thing about the rock course.
And what about the money?
The what?
The money it takes to create it, we can't pull it out of the sales tax fund if we're selling it. So is there gonna be a prepayment? Do you work on that at all?
Yeah, my understanding is it doesn't affect that. Is what
Madam Clerk, you.
I think you could put the revenue back into the sales tax.
right. So I don't see
Money
any
that
issue.
we get from them for the rock, okay.
Yeah.
So we can use it first and then put it back in, we don't have to get the money first and then, okay.
Right. The thing that we have to look at too is I'm gonna mess this up. It's that lake out there, is Elm Creek?
Mm-hmm.
That quarry's ready to go. And that's something that the three of us need to take a look at, cause they're gonna be done over at Shepherd in 2 months.
You mean they'll use it to its full extent?
No,
or-
they'll crush everything they need to out
Oh.
of there, then they're gonna have to move. So we need to, if we want them to start on Elm Creek, we're gonna have to get them to start moving the overburden and prepping that whole area, if that's what we wanna do.
Will that be a discussion?
That would be a discussion, sir. I'm just greasing the skids.
Well, we might want to put that on the agenda for the future.
Yes, sir.
Elm Creek.
Let's put it after, budget.
So who is our go-to person for Public Works?
After the 28th, it'll be Dustin.
Yes.
For now.
Okay, all right.
We
And I
are
just ask that you go,
3 days away.
just keep me in a loop on the discussion. I don't like being blindsided any more than anybody else.
Okay.
I'm not gonna direct them. but, you know, if we have an ask, then I'd like to know what,
No, go ahead, finish, I'm waiting.
I'd like to know what the ask is, make sense? Because my gig is to give them top cover, so. So far, they seem to be okay with everything, so I'm like, all right.
So now I'd like to ask another question. How did extortion come out?
The gist of the whole conversation, was how it morphed into it, I'm not sure. But the conversation morphed into, in this room, it morphed into a situation where it was being presented that if you didn't get your asphalt, that we were gonna basically inherit E911. And it just kept going back and forth, back and forth. And it just felt, and that's what I said, it just feels like extortion. Now, is it extortion? I doubt that that's what you guys are saying. Now, one of the constituents came out and says, well, you know what, it's not technically extortion, it's, what's the word he used?
Political leverage.
Yes, he says it's political leverage. I was like, well, that's one way of looking at it. You know, that's why I quit biting on that apple. I was just like, all right, so the city's gonna use leverage however it does, and it's a perception, make sense? And that's all it is. Some people are gonna perceive it the way you perceive it, some people are gonna perceive it the way I perceive it, and there's no harm, no foul in the whole matter. I mean, when you text me Friday night, I read your text. But I just felt at the time that wasn't, it was, the emotions were still raw. I mean, you were very poignant about it in the sense where like, you're not mad, you're just disappointed. And that's the same way I felt. I wasn't upset, I wasn't pissed about it. I was just, it had been a better way to go about this whole thing. It just seems like everything came at once. That was the biggest thing.
I'd recommend watching the video again.
Sure.
Because I know I watched it twice this past weekend, and I sat right over there in that corner, and never once did I take that offer of $350,000 off the table. Never once. And I made point blank sure, I said, if we can't get asphalt here, no worries. Because we will do whatever we have to do to be successful. And we do have a plan B. So I don't want you to quit asphalting because we have a plan B. And it will be close to what we get here.
Okay.
So, all right, anything else?
So are we good? I mean, we need to make a motion here to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I would just, if you
I will
have
keep
a,
updating.
if you have a
Okay.
signed interlocal, please provide it to the clerk, because I do not have that.
I would
Can I ask
say in the
Bob?
first year when you do your joint,
So do it then.
that would,
All
well,
right.
that'd
We're
be
gonna
a
do a
time
new
to-
one, yeah.
That'd be time to do a new one, not
Yeah, but I'm
now.
saying we have an old signed interlocal, because the one I have says 68, he's saying there's one at 65. Bob didn't even have a,
There are many documents that never made it to the clerk's office.
The one I got was from County Public Works. Said 65.
the one I got from him said
So
68.
there's, yeah, you have the older version of the one Josh was talking about.
Okay.
Tit for tat. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting all that time.
No problem.
All right, so now we got another executive session on elected personnel. Who, was that me?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. Okay, so I move that pursuant to KSA 754319B1 to discuss personnel matters of individuals, non-elected personnel to protect their privacy, be the three commissioners, and will be for 10 minutes. We'll return here at 9.
Get a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Rear
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
Tran.
Yes, sorry.
We need to make a motion that they move all executive sessions to the end.
But they won't do that if
attorneys are here because I want them out the door.
You probably ought to be here at a little meeting.
Yeah.
We'll have the executive sessions at 5 o'clock, till 4 o'clock. Or on a totally different day.
I didn't know we had that many non-elected personnel.
What if they got
Yeah,
fried chicken or
so,
something
the
stuck
report
in there?
is-
At this rate, I'm gonna take all of tomorrow off.
Can I?
No.
Why not?
Because you're on truck tomorrow. I'll be there too, don't you worry.
It's all right, I'm fine.
Call in,
Yeah.
too tired because.
I got the sick time, I'll call in.
And you're not even working your own tired, you know. When the meeting's over, are you, Susan?
No, I still have to work.
Is there anything that I can help you do? No? Bring her a drink.
A stiff one.
When she said she was going to get food, she didn't say she was going to go to Sonic. Today's Monday. It's medium
Good, Bill.
slush for 79 cents all day long. Except that is cold.
Daughter to Texas
Mhm.
for a week to see her grandmother.
I said, I don't know if I want to do this or not.
If I would-
My stepmom.
If I would've stayed at home and ate supper and then come.
You've been sitting in the chair, you haven't made it.
Absolutely.
Got friends down
Is it
there.
gonna be long?
And
No siblings ever.
the meeting would have been an hour, and
Tell
it'd
me,
been over
Mom,
with.
tell me.
Depends on how much they want to.
And then I,
Or how much they want.
I've worked with you too long.
Both sides.
Because you've heard
And
me
then
say
I-
this,
Just one client.
this is my fight, you just go up.
Yeah.
4 or 5 hours and sort of help them around their mansion.
I'm not even gonna talk about half the things I was gonna talk about because I'm too tired.
Work there, so.
Yeah, that's kind of where my eyes are right now.
Withering away quick and the husband's, used to life.
But I got my card here ready.
Well,
Are they meeting next Monday night?
already talked about a couple of the things.
Different directions.
that's why I'm here tonight, is the meeting, and then I work
Who takes
the next month.
the insurance?
How about you?
Micah said she took the
You need anything
insurance.
from me on Port Fest?
Commissioner.
Same old, same old.
Right now, they're being more full-time.
Technically, by law, the commissioners only have to pay $5,000 a year.
Maybe I'll
That's
set
law.
up where we could do
That's
something
state
clean up
statute.
again.
And technically,
Yeah.
But
I'll have
they're
Cleo
part-time,
probably-
considered
called last week.
part-time normally.
But, but they get insurance because
They
of.
get in, but
because they
nobody
get papers.
takes it.
21 days, so.
and
But
but
I
the
just-
chairman was not the chairman when they said, because it's a part-time job, we're not gonna take insurance for employees. He was, yeah.
I just need to
Their
pay
phone system in years ago, probably 20.
her insurance and I can
Is there
pay
some-
it. And then I'll still fight every
Here.
year, just like I did with the money that I
I
took
just
away
wish
from
they
me.
would take the time to understand what we do in our office.
We did that office.
Yeah, I wish they would come and
It was
watch.
pretty interesting having to do with phones.
They were busy enough
They're
Friday
tied into the state phones
with
for
all
most
the
things.
phone calls that
All the
they
alerts,
didn't get,
regular
they got the
alerts.
indexing done, but
Couldn't get
because
out of
we
the
do a
state system.
double
They
check
wanted to go
system,
through a little specialized
they
system
didn't get it double
Just
checked.
for those alerts. It was interesting looking at them.
Well, that, my office can't operate under 3. It just, it's not. 'Cause, I mean, I'm spending every weekend here just to get the work done.
Yeah.
So.
It's on here. Yeah. You got there, like they do, so you know, that's awesome.
Yeah, we do take some stuff too. It, some stuff too, just for it.
This should be easy, that
Oh,
should
yeah.
be easy.
Me too.
I don't know about these two.
The security cameras. Well, from the fence.
If I were, I would have got up and said, see ya. It just went up. What other options do we have?
I would have raised the price.
Oh, that's good.
And to drag it out.
Yeah. I mean, over $100. They could be getting paid by the hour.
Pick your battles, right?
Pick your battles. I mean, you're gonna be lucky to say we've written enough of our capital investment off that we can even offer you this price. Because
I know the
not
return on their
everybody was
investment,
done
on
at
what
that.
they didn't get the return on their investment. But luckily they had grants, so that helped offset it.
But what really ran this up was all the utilities that they destroyed. Gas line, water line, they had to go back and fix those.
Daniel and them had just, they were signing on the house in 2 days. And Valerie let Crockett go ahead and go through there. And they went right through the sewer line.
If that would have been anybody but Bourbon,
Did they
they'd have
schedule
been
the
piping us
seal
daily.
I didn't think
You know, if, as a contractor, if we would have done that, they'd have been piping us more than once, so you've been piping us daily.
How would you like to have been that guy that kept all this fiber line business? You could knock out the whole east coast segment. They said it took them 4 days. 750 pairs of wires they had to put that together.
That's probably more, but around here, what is it, $1 million a minute?
Something like that.
First day,
Per
if
outage.
it's down.
Yeah, that's what they charge them. That's what they told us. We had two T1s and one fractional T1 that was down, and they said, "You're making money because we're making money."
They're across from the station too, is, I know it's in my shop, and it's padding on the pad out front, but had very out come down to dig. Called the telephone, that's when the telephone office was here in town, you know, they come down and marked it. He said, that's where it should be, how deep? Should be deep enough, second swipe with the bucket.
They took
They took it out, the AT&T guy was standing right there, and he said, don't worry about it, it wasn't as deep as what they said, it's supposed to be, so it's our fault. Keep right on digging. Certain stuff, you just, no one leaves them, and we run into a lot of that. Out in the county, you know.
So it goes back to that NC, IC, or whoever marked the lines.
Sorry. Well, AT&T guy,
Oh, he
Their
had
tech was-
their tech was there saying it was, who should have been
yeah,
deeper. Oh, I
their
see.
tech was there and marked it,
Oh, wow.
and the second backhoe swipe was, he said, I'll fix it, just keep right on. But he was a local guy, you know, knew John, Larry, was for Johnny Bean. That's back when you could get services in town.
Where you guys headed to?
Well, that's why everybody
You
gets
have to
5G back up
South
to the cloud.
Montana, over to Washington State, his uncle lives
Yeah,
there.
this was back there. I think I had a bank phone. I think, you know, I didn't even have a bank phone. I mean,
My cell phone was mounted in my truck under the seat, and you had to be seated on the floor.
But you know what, it's good weather right now. Yeah, especially for the north part. Yeah. this, I mean, we'll go through those.
I'm assuming
We took all of his kids and my in-laws and our 12 passenger van
before he left,
and take back.
Paul didn't give me,
But,
we haven't gotten.
And if that was, what,
I
12
would-
years
I would
ago?
assume
And it, I
that
just, you never
we still
forget,
would
it was
have
just so, okay, it doesn't look anything like here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not shocked.
When I was in, 8th grade, I ran track at Junior Olympics and I made it to nationals in Spokane.
He
Oh
would
my
have.
gosh, that was the funnest trip.
Unless he gave it to.
I saw Mount Rushmore, you know. And I had a track coach that was always wanted to teach you education along the way, so he made sure that you didn't really stop, so.
That's okay. We want to give every kid like here's what you can see.
Yeah, that's right. It's so crazy, years later, I was taking my VHS tapes to like a DVD. And I was watching it because you have to do it, of course, in real time. And I was like, oh my gosh, I ran against Marion Jones.
Did you really?
Yeah. I was so, yeah. Yeah, that was kind of neat. I mean, we were the same age, so, yeah. Of course, I was, you know, at the back. But, you know, I made it there.
I was looking at, I follow some page on Facebook. It was Jackie Styles.
Because they can
Yeah,
do this,
and
they were.
her and one of their throwers won state, just her and the thrower, because of, I mean, the thrower was good too, but Jackie was good.
She was a 4.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, she was an amazing athlete. She's tiny. Well, you have to be tiny first for her, but yeah. As a thrower, it's not tiny. Yeah, never happened.
My freshman year at state, I should have won my stuff. But tore my hamstring in 3 days.
Somebody tonight wanted to know what happened to the Star Mine. Star Mine. They went to the Chiefs, and then they went to them, because they went up and committed to a $20 million project.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker.
All right, here we go. I move that we return to session, no action.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Mike.
All right, here we are with public comments, items not on the agenda.
They're asleep. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So first up was Mike Houston. Pete went home.
So I tore his thing out.
All right, good. So we only got one.
What was on it that he wanted to talk about?
Mike stayed awake.
Oh.
Yeah, because this has been an ongoing,
Thanks, sir.
Sure. Here, passing that one.
situation. 125th Street or Maple and Redfield Road, right there at Mapleton, within the city limits of Mapleton. It's always been mowed by the county, always been maintained by the county. Everything when it was initially chipped and sealed, it was done by the county. The town got a grant, everybody knows that story.
I don't know the story.
Yeah, I don't either, so I'm sorry.
There you go, come on.
Have a seat, sir.
Have a seat, pull the microphone up.
Well, we got a grant to chip and seal 2 miles. And when I come to the commission, Terry Graham and them was on the commission then, we needed matching funds. We all agreed that the county, we would buy the materials, the county would do the work. And we could do that as matching funds. And that the grant people was good with that, so that's what happened. This street that we're talking about is on the east side of Mapleton. Runs from down here 125th and Xavier. That's where the southeast city limits starts. And it runs to 31 Highway,
You're talking about North Union Street?
North Union, yes. North Union. To be blunt, it ain't worth shit to drive on.
Is this the one that ties into another road down south?
Uh-huh.
And it ultimately-
125th Street ties right into the south side. That's why I gave you a map, so you guys would kind of be...
Right.
It ties in right there at Xavier and 125th Street. Well, the big argument has been that it's in the city limits. And the county's not going to touch it. We've talked to commissioners, previous commissioners and stuff, and it's just been one big battle. I'm here as, I'm on city council. I also own land right along the west side of this street. It's been more than once that I wasn't sure how many helicopters was going to need because people going to the rock park, people going semis, everything going down through there. They about wadded them up. And I don't know how many times. It's like playing dodgeball with two cars to drive down through there. It's that bad.
Yeah, I've been down that road.
Which road is it?
It's North Union.
North Union Street. Thank you.
It's been
It's the
that-
first left you come into.
I've
as
been
you-
on it. It
yeah.
is not a,
and it's not getting any better.
It's just for a short section.
To about 4 block to 4th Street.
Isn't
Or
there,
the 4th Street.
isn't there like a house with
Yes, sir.
an RV right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know that one then.
Yes,
The
sir.
road is pretty bad.
and we've been maintaining 125th right up to the city limits.
Absolutely.
And then stopping.
Absolutely. And we've asked before it got in this shape, the city has asked since the county, it's a connecting road to the county. But there's been a big uproar about we're not going to do nothing with it because it's within the city limits.
Right.
Well,
So- Go ahead.
if that's the case, you guys had better stay off of this road right here, Yale Road on the south side, because a quarter of a mile of it is in the city limits of Mapleton, and you guys have graded it. You initially blacktopped it, you tore it up, you've reworked it, you mow it,
What
you
road?
maintain it,
Yeah.
everything. That's
Don't
in the
see it.
city limits of Mapleton as well.
I'm
It's-
looking.
It's on top, it's K32, KS32.
Does the state
That's a
maintain K31 in there?
Absolutely, they
Yeah.
just overlaid it last
Yeah.
week.
Okay.
I also help the city of Mapleton.
Oh, I see it.
With some financial pieces of it. They don't get much off the levy. They get about $1,300 off their levy for the city to operate. They get a little bit of sales tax, and they do get some state highway funds for K31, but that is to help maintain K31. So they could probably pay for some materials.
I just wanted to bring it in front of you guys and get it out in the open and get it on public record.
So here's the road, where are you talking about, from here to here?
From
From whatever this road happens to be here?
that's Xavier.
Okay, so the Xavier,
Basically from this road right here, which is East Osage,
okay,
basically from there up to 4th Street. Right there. That's where I live.
okay,
4th Street, right there. That corner.
okay.
Isn't there a pretty good dump right there on the corner though? Isn't there a big pothole right here?
Pretty good hole,
Yeah,
there
that you
is.
could lose a car in.
Yeah. And I refused going that way.
So we stop at the corner where your house is, Mike. right? We don't go past that?
No, you stop at the south.
South, right, right where Nathaniel Burton,
Yes.
Yeah, down there at Nate's place.
right.
That's where you've stopped. At East, Osage,
Okay.
and then 31 Highway.
My question is, why, what are you asking us to do, pave it?
I'm asking you to fix it.
We
Dig
can't
out them holes.
Fix it.
We can, it's
mow the-
within city
mow the
limits.
ditch.
I'm just kidding.
What they.
We can make it county property
I was gonna say, they've
really
talked about
fast.
the annexation.
Yeah.
They really have. So I said, why don't you come to the commission?
I just need, we just need.
Oh,
to-
We're
I
not
think-
asking for, a lot of, have a boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
We just like to have the
Yeah.
potholes dug out, and if nothing else, gravel put in them, just so so it's safe.
What I,
We drive an ambulance down through there, and it's,
what I suggest is you're the liaison, go talk to Public Works.
Yes, sir.
and
I can call him tomorrow.
Come back to us next week.
What's your phone number?
620.
Hang on. It's public, I don't want, you say it all. Just write it down there. Your name and phone number, please.
I will.
Just to be fair also, the lake is actually going through the same thing, asking the county to help maintain roads around the lake.
Yeah, you're talking about
Two different things.
No,
the lake where.
You're talking about
Yeah.
Hidden Valley?
yeah.
Yeah, because the previous commissioner was asking for Yale Road to be paved. Because, he gets some crazy traffic out there, so.
Well, it was paved at one time, just like Eagle Road was.
So how do you guys maintain the other roads in your town? Are they all hard surface or
We
the whole
got,
town?
we got that grant, and they're all chipped and sealed,
What did they used to be before the grant?
gravel.
So without another grant, is it gonna possibly get milled up and turned back to gravel? Would that be
Absolutely not.
easier to maintain?
Absolutely not.
So you guys will
Because
be
there's
able to-
nothing wrong with them.
Okay.
Okay. He doesn't
With
get the heavy
those.
traffic. I think he's getting heavy traffic
Well-
down this because of all the people going to the rock park.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, when we did I was mayor when we did the chipped and sealed. That was a 2-year process, plus. We pulled all the ditches, we put in all new culverts, we did everything that we thought we was gonna need to do within a 20-year time span. Before we ever thought about laying the first drop of oil. We packed them, got a base. The base was hard as this concrete when we started. And there's a few potholes here and there, but we've patched them with just that
Cold patch.
patch in a box, you know, type-
Cold patch.
you know, and we've maintained them pretty well.
There's not a lot of roads, I mean, in
Right,
that little
right.
section.
So you're asking for the potholes to be patched?
Yes, at this time, yes. And then when
Or
you,
fixed, period.
because when you guys start hauling asphalt to Yale Road, you're gonna have to find another way, cause you'll tear up truck, you won't haul 2 loads a day, because you'll be fixing your trucks. Hauling loaded,
Okay.
I don't mean to be,
No, I agree.
I've visited with David outside meeting with this, and
Yeah.
I've visited with Brandon and
Right. Yeah.
stuff.
I,
you know,
I,
and
I
it's-
understand the plight.
Let me call Public Works tomorrow and have a conversation with them.
Okay.
That's all right. That's the problem.
Okay.
What's the problem?
That's why we have a liaison where
We'll
one
talk,
commissioner
we'll
is
talk,
is
okay?
dealing with that, so.
I didn't wanna,
All right,
No,
so
it's-
we'll get back with you
Yes, sir.
on this,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
All
I'll
right.
be at the ambulance tomorrow.
Oh, you work at the EMS?
I'll be out there tomorrow.
Okay.
Wednesday.
All right, sir. Just
All
be
right,
a little bit
appreciate
patient, be patient a little bit longer and we'll see what we can do for you. All right?
Okay,
We will. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
thank
sir.
you. All right,
So,
you need a recess?
no, I just had a quick question. If the conversation, do you want me to come back to you
No?
on this matter?
Yes,
Okay.
next week, I said.
All right,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know, there's a meeting next week.
Oh, no, we're not. It's Labor Day.
Labor Day?
Yeah.
You wanna have a meeting?
Hallelujah.
We can meet.
Oh, you would. God bless you. I don't
Do
care.
we have to,
not
do we
going
have to
anywhere.
vote on this? Or can the chairman just say no? I think that's the right word right there.
No?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm not gonna
it's
be here.
no for the meeting,
So-
not no
so-
for this.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
All right, so 2 weeks, I guess, have it on the agenda to discuss 125th. Fence viewing in old business, Peggy Jackson application. And you got probably 1 to 2 more coming in. I talked to him today.
What's that? They want to apply to be a fence viewer?
Huh? No, they want to have their fence viewed.
Hmm.
Is this multiple copies? Yeah.
It was her first one that she turned in and her second one.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Gotcha.
Where does she live? 880. Okay. Do we know what district? I'm totally, that's mine, ain't it? What district she's in? I think so. 2 different townships.
Let me look it up.
Here you go. Here's the paper clip that goes with it.
You're in one of those moods. Mm-hmm.
What are you guys thinking about?
I'm trying to find the new, this is the old,
Well, anyway, we know we gotta do it, so.
Who's going?
Huh?
Who's going?
I would say all 3 of us.
Oh, it only took 2.
Hold a meeting. Well, there's 2 ways of doing it. You either do it with 2, or you do it with all 3. And since we can't come to consensus as to who the 2 commissioners are gonna be, the
We
fence
all have to
viewers.
go?
Huh?
So then everybody has to go?
Yeah. Isn't that how it works? One or
it's
all?
somewhere in here. It's in this section.
What are you looking
So that
for?
would be, it's off of Grand.
Maybe it's,
What are they looking for?
what district it's in. We really don't need to, I mean, all we need to do is set up a time to go view that fence.
Okay.
And then we have to send out notifications to both parties on what date we're gonna do that. And I think there's a time frame by statute.
Okay. Did you read the rest of this?
No. Well, she made 2 different applications.
Do they say the same thing?
Yeah. Don't they?
Well, look at the note up on top, on the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That was the initial,
Okay.
response to it, so.
She came back with a different one.
No, we found out that that's not, not how fence viewing works, so.
Well, since I'm not going anywhere, and you're not going anywhere, how about Monday?
No. How about,
Oh, you have to post it?
do you have the paper clip?
Right here, sir. Sorry. Oh, we're having, and you can tell it's late.
Okay, so will you reach out? I mean, isn't there a form that you send out to both parties that we're gonna do a fence viewing?
This will be my first one, so I'll have to
Yeah.
learn along the way.
Right. And I don't know, because I don't remember the statute on how quick we have to respond.
Oh, if you had to respond quick, we're over that.
Well, I mean, we were way past that anyway, so we're already
my
in
goodness.
violation of it.
Here we go.
You're talking about me.
Nah.
Here we go.
I mean, before I was commissioner,
It's
I
gonna
sat there and
start
listened to it,
zinging,
so.
Yeah. I think I'm the only one out of the bunch that even said we should be doing it, so
You're probably right.
everybody else was willing to kick that can way down the road. But anyway,
I'll look into it and
yeah,
keep you apprised of what needs to be done.
okay, so then let's move on. Let's kind of, I wanted to jump ahead because I have a gentleman that's been sitting here patiently waiting. And I would like to go ahead and get to that part.
Okay.
So I would like to go into consultant for phones and computers, and I would like to introduce Mr. Corey Briers. I'm saying it wrong.
Can you spell that for me?
Bryars.
I signed in somewhere.
And you want me to introduce you?
You do whatever you want.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Briers is a Bourbon County resident and a taxpayer, and he has come forward to volunteer his time as a consultant to help us navigate through phones and computers. He has 30 years of experience in this field and is currently the telecom architect for Children's Mercy Hospital in Kansas City. So I'll let you take it from there.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think that's on. I had some notes. Let me pull them up. I wasn't quite ready for this, David. Thank you, though. It is on.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
And also he is on the board of Care to Share, which is one of our very great.
So you stole my
charities.
thunder.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I know you think I'm not a day older than 29, but I have done this for 30 years. So, notes from today's meeting with Stronghold, I thought they did a great job. I wish they did voice, because the fewer partners you have, the better off you're going to be. Managing multiple partners is going to be a challenge. I would suggest, and I don't know how this would work, but happy to either work with Stronghold offline to understand how your network would support voice, because currently I hear it doesn't. Just from hearing tonight that the congestion on the network, that should be readily solvable. I'll make another note, cleaning up cable is code, so even the old stuff needs to come out. It's maybe not priority one, but...
You mean physically remove it? The issue here is we don't have code.
Well, it's the International Fire Code, and your insurance might want you to...
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah. I'd put it up on... I'd just put it on a list. It's something that, as those guys work to identify what is in use, to tag what's not, and then it's a pretty manual job.
Yeah.
But what I would suggest is I could potentially talk to Stronghold and understand a little bit about your infrastructure, especially whether y'all are on like Microsoft Teams, if you're using that for meetings. If you are, it might be a really good platform for telephony. If you're on Google or Zoom, Zoom certainly has a voice option. The people that came in a couple weekends ago or weeks ago that talked about hosted phone, they did a great job in their presentation. Their price is 50% high. The numbers I heard in the meeting were $30 a phone.
Yep.
All you got to do is Google Zoom or Ring Central. You'll see from as low as 13 to 19
Wow.
per month per person, and you're getting substantial features.
Who was it?
That was that Cloud.
Yeah, it was Cloud.
Yeah.
And he did a good job. He represented things accurately. But the dollar sign, he might just be starting high, thinking you're going to shop. But a quick Google, you go to Ring Central or Zoom, you're going to find prices at $20 or less, and that's without even calling and arguing. There are also lots of third parties, smaller than Ring Central or Zoom, but it's always a trade-off, not going with a major player. I would suggest that the discussion with Stronghold include if they have any recommended voice partners, because if it's someone they work with well, those two are going to have to work together. And I don't know what the plan in the county is for who in the county would coordinate that. But there's a saying in our industry, we want one throat to choke. So you go with as few vendors as possible. I prefer to call it one back to Pat. So find who your lead vendor is and make sure that everyone else is going to collaborate with them. And I can help with that. I work here in Bourbon County. I work from home. So I'm not up in the city every day. I am plenty busy. But we can make this happen if the partners want to play along. I know there was, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was going to suggest is that she has been working on the IT side and working with Stronghold.
I don't like it.
And so, I mean, it would be something to have you to help us, especially when we start bringing in some other vendors and stuff like that, to have you just sit and be part of this conversation. I mean, that's how I kind of see it. It's going to be the three of us have to decide if that's how we want
How
to.
do you envision you helping us?
Connecting vendors, making sure, holding them accountable, advising you guys on how to hold them accountable. It's not hard. It's just if you've never done. And here's what we used to, for the longest time, I sold phone systems, just like the guy in cloud, just like anyone else you're going to talk to. So what we would tell our customers is, my job is to convince or to show you the 3 or 4 things that are important that I'm reading between the lines that are going to make your system a success out of the thousands of things that are possible. You
Like
don't care
when they
about the
wanted
other.
to separate the whole line to the sheriff's office and it sounded good and cheap, and then they're like, but you're gonna need a firewall, and then it's gonna need its own server, and then it's gonna need this,
And there, we can shortcut some of that. Like if I were to, I give them credit. The cloud guy was good, but he's trying to bring it down to the layperson's level, and that actually makes it harder. If we go off and get Stronghold and a couple of voice partners on the same page, and they're just bringing you guys numbers, and you're feeling that you can trust them, I think you can do this. I would say that make sure with Stronghold, are they going to charge for working with a voice vendor, or is that in your contract with them?
Right now, we just have an interim agreement, and they're just kind of keeping the lights on for us. They're not doing anything proactive or doing any of that work.
So
we
would you-
haven't talked about whether we're hiring Stronghold or hiring another
Right.
company yet. But if they were to be hired, it would be an whoever we hire, it's gonna be all inclusive. They're gonna have to check all the boxes and do everything an on-site person would do, help us budget, literally do absolutely everything.
And I think what they presented tonight is a project isn't that one of the
Yes.
projects things? So
Yeah.
that's not even us looking to hire them in
We
the
haven't
long
got-
term.
we haven't
got
got
there.
the service contract.
That's why when you reached out to me, I'm thinking, okay, because we're still in the
Try before you buy.
right. We're
Yeah.
still in this.
And I don't
beginning
represent
stages of it.
anyone. I don't want to. I used to do
Right.
this for a living. I now do it for Children's Mercy. So there's a difference.
Yeah. Well, and I like the idea that you're here. You're from.
Yeah.
You're living here. You're got an invested.
somewhat
interest in-
vested.
Yeah.
You're really vested. You sat here a long time. Hey.
Yeah.
Mr. Bierbauer knew you were here that whole time and didn't move you up.
I have
him in the
more
knee.
time
Thank you.
more time and care to share than I have here. Let's put it that way.
You have to come Monday.
I would make a note that whether you ever talk to me again or not, it might be important to understand that the cheaper the phone that you're going to get, because the cloud guy was talking about a $200 phone and an $80 phone. I think maybe those weren't his numbers, but those are the scale you're going to find made in China. And that's okay, but you want to do that knowingly, right?
Yeah.
Because our citizens will care about that. It's a decision we in the industry always look at. And
Is there a security risk with that?
That's... It's not, yeah, that's a valid question. It's one of the many.
Okay.
So, a couple other notes I made while sitting here. The recommendation tonight from Stronghold to consider keeping, my understanding is you're on an Avaya IP office phone system, I believe. And that's a darn good phone system. And we could look into that and either keeping it, or they have a cloud version. And it'll be in the same price range as RingCentral or Zoom. And depending on the phones you have around here, you could reuse those same
That don't
phones.
work worth crap. So.
It's probably a configuration issue. That's a $1,000 phone. when
Yeah,
it
that's
was
what they're doing.
bought.
That's what that project is supposed to go in and configure everything correctly.
Well, they won't do the phones, is my guess.
He said they were going to work with them to make sure they were.
With
doing
that
it.
company.
I could see him working with them,
Yeah.
yeah. And I
Yeah.
could see him optimizing the network that
Yeah.
is supporting the phones.
They were gonna help us hold them accountable.
That's great. If they don't do voice, I'd love to talk to Stronghold for you, or whoever. I'm here
Right.
to offer a service. You tell me how it's going to fit, and if it doesn't, I'll just go be busy somewhere else.
Okay,
David has my number. I'm not
Okay.
hard to find.
Right.
Okay.
Well, thanks for being patient with us.
Yeah, and
It became a waiting game at some point. It's like,
Right,
Listen, somebody
who's going to
from-
win this
Well,
by
I
losing?
sure apologize. I mean, our meetings do go well.
I watch them. I know what's going on, or I wouldn't be here.
somebody from the city made a proposal of a IT advisory board. Would you fly solo, or are you open to us creating an advisory board?
It depends on the commitment.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it depend on who else is on there.
That's part of the commitment. No, I play well with others generally.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing. I
Okay.
won't broker much wasted time or wasted energy, or
Okay.
I won't want to sit through somebody's ego.
Gotcha.
This stuff's it comes down to facts. Most of
Gotcha.
it, there's
Okay.
not always a right and a wrong,
Okay.
but you can get down to 3 rights, and but you got to get out of the wrongs pretty quick.
Gotcha.
It's not worth wasting anybody's time on this stuff.
Okay.
And if you're working with people that don't work that way, you got the wrong people.
You mind writing your phone number down here? Here you go. Oh,
No, I'm going to try to streamline this a little bit.
how you gonna do that?
Well, I got one thing in here I'm gonna scratch off.
Thank you.
You scratching me off yet?
No, well, you came, you talked.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate you
nice
waiting all
meeting you.
this time. Thank you, sir. All right, so I'm just gonna say the FSACF grant, let's table that.
To Monday?
No.
Just kidding.
And
Or you
what
want
else-
it 9:15?
What else do I got?
Do you want it on 9:15?
Yeah,
FSA.
I was in
FSAC.
new business, so that takes care of that. So we're still in old business. EMS striker contract funding, that's what we're on now. Thank you for your patience too.
I'm awake.
Thank you.
I feel better. I got
Yeah.
some food.
I'll take it. Okay, so did we given any consideration to where we're gonna take this money from? And it's a yearly now too. I mean, we'll have to,
She'll have to put it in her budget, and so I'll
yeah.
have to.
Which we didn't we add that to the, okay, so now really we just gotta figure out where we're gonna pay for it now.
I would recommend you pay it out of her budget and we monitor her end of year cash.
Okay.
And then if we need to draw from the general fund, we will, but otherwise we just leave it there. I think that's,
Okay.
then that way you know where the expense is. And that's pretty normal for how we do business. Towards the end of the year, we really start talking about, budget amendments, and that's what
Okay.
that would require.
Okay, sounds like a good recommendation. What do you think?
How much is it?
10,000.
Yeah, you were gone when
We didn't
had
have a
this.
choice. She already signed it. It's pretty well already spent, so.
Yeah,
Then why are
Sorry
you
about
asking me
that.
now?
I don't know why he's
It's
asking.
like, hey, can I have money? I already spent it.
Asking for next
Yeah.
year. No, next
no,
3
we
years
got
is
next
already
year,
done.
we got it taken care of
It's
moving
taken
forward.
care of
It's
for
just-
3 years.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, but this was one of those things that came up and
Yes, sir.
nobody knew,
Just keep it in the back of your head, you may have to take it out in general, but most likely, she does really good about it.
so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, so you waited all night.
Well, I also, Micah had called me. There had been some questions regarding this contract on Facebook.
What? I haven't seen it.
Okay,
so-
well.
They wondered why we couldn't do a pay per fix instead of the whole full
And the
contract, and
question
so I
wa-
asked Terry why you couldn't do a
Right.
pay per fix, and so she
The
explained.
question was actually regarding a cot. This contract's not for our cots. This is for our monitors and our Lucas devices. So I contacted our contact person here, and I'm gonna read you what I have copies for you three, but I'll read it to the county.
So
So-
Facebook can hear it?
So
I think
Facebook
I
will
have
compare.
one.
Oh, you have
You
one,
do?
that's right. It's in mine. Okay, I'll give you this one.
Thank you.
Okay. So it says, "Hi Terry, as requested, please see the appropriate cost of service from this week. For reference, your contract is $10,145.60 per year. Cost of repair, what he's giving me right now, the cost of repair was for that day, what he would have done that day, just for the monitor that we needed repaired. Labor travel was $1,896, 6 hours at $316 per hour. Parts were $462. The NIBP connector was $147. The ECG NIBP hard label was $142. Rubber guard protector was $173. Total of the repair only would have been $2,358. This was actually a pretty good cost considering your NIBP module was spared. Should that have locked up, then you could have spent an additional $1,300. So the total cost of work that he did when he was out last Wednesday, which included all of the preventative maintenance on 7 monitors, on top of the repairs. 11 hours at $316 per hour were $3,476. 8 LifePak batteries at $750 apiece were $6,000. 2 Lucas batteries at $900 were $1,800. Parts for repair were $462. Additional parts that were needed during PMs, including sensors, approximately $500. The total cost that day would have been $12,238. So we saved more than $2,000 by signing the contract,
And that was just one time.
one time.
Yeah, so, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the future, though, we don't really pay attention to all that. I mean, it's valid, but we can't let that dictate what we do and what we don't do.
I understand.
Thank you, though.
Thank you,
Have a good
ma'am.
day.
Okay, so now we are moving to tax exemption application 1429 215th, which we moved to today so that you would be back.
Can't I just table that too?
Huh? How long is that gonna take?
I just need a signature.
Right.
I'll fill out the application.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
get
fine
out
with
of
me.
here.
Fill out the-
Really late.
And this is our property, right?
Yeah, our property that we bought.
From,
It's
When?
right next to Public Works, that building next. to
oh,
Public
okay,
Works.
that new building, okay. Okay. We can table security cameras because we're,
I move we sign the tax exemption form for Bourbon County property at 1429 215th Street, Fort Scott, Kansas 66701.
Second.
Beer Bear.
yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
Green.
Aye.
What'd you say?
Aye.
Is that appropriate?
Yes, because the other word's nay.
So if you wanna take a roll, you can do that.
Okay. Next is security cameras. Do we want to, I'm not sure
You
what
said
that's.
table.
Yeah.
It
'Cause
was just
I'm-
on the list.
Okay.
It's Crown Table.
I think we're
Yeah.
We're still
Let's
working
do that. Let's
on
table that too.
security cameras, so we can
Yeah, can
table
we?
both of them, right?
That next full meeting.
Yes.
weeks.
Yeah. So so that's done.
Okay, so now we're
So
into
this is-
department updates,
What's today? 8th.
and that would be, first up,
9, 8.
Mrs.
9,
Holdridge.
Be me,
That would be you.
because she already did the strike thing. We talked a little bit about, earlier on the,
taking money out of that's supposed to be an S, not an F. It's RMIS. And, you do me. Keeping that, we'll work on a price for some of the stuff that we do and get back with
Oh, that'd
you
be
since you.
wonderful. Yeah.
And then, someone told me, Mr. Tram, that, Commissioner Tram, that you had gotten a tour of the building and you were wondering what some of the old books were. I think they might have put them in the library, the laundry room. Those are school records, and there's certain statutes that we have to follow. I think Susan does too, on retention of our records. And they were over a genealogy for at 50 years or more, and they threw them away. So we had Matt, Jimmy, Shane, myself out in the dumpster in the rain, pulling all these school records that by statute I have to keep. Brian's working on a place for me to be able to put them because some of them got mildewed.
Oh, no.
So that is what all that stuff was in the laundry room. I don't know if we can get some bookcases, or right now they're just on a table.
I think it hurts where they're at, but we just need to maybe someday find
It was just thrown in there from what I
It wasn't
understood.
just those books, ma'am. It was just, you go down into the basement and there's books everywhere from all walks of life. I mean, some of it's the court, some of it is,
Okay,
it's everybody. And here's what I was getting at. I was just asking a simple question like, if we don't clean the house now, when do we clean the house?
right.
Make sense? Because there's a lot of usable space down below that we could use for other things. But we can't because the laundry room, there was a lot of books in there. But there was also, there was these containers for maps, like those maps, you know?
Yes.
In the old days, they didn't hang them, they laid them in the drawers. So there's drawers and drawers of maps.
Can't they
So,
roll them up?
well, they're not supposed to be rolled up, they're supposed to be flat.
Do we have to preserve them?
Well, that's the other thing I looked at, is like, a lot of this stuff is historical. I'm not the person to say dump them.
I'm not saying, I just said roll them, not dump them.
Well, if you guys want some light reading, KSA 45-401 through 45-413 talks about how governments and their retention policies.
401 to what?
To 413.
Does it say how you have to store them, or like you have to lay them flat? and
Well,
things?
no, but it talks about your preservation and how they would like to see them stored. I mean, she has some things that are stored off-site,
Yes.
and to.
And I have a closet on the, by 911 that's full of maps that used to be in Public Works. They're full of
So if we
maps.
could put everything that you got in one spot, what are we talking about?
My stuff's all over the place.
Yeah, hers is even worse.
And it would take me a month just to figure out where to put stuff.
Okay, she's got a room back here just for the election. She's got a room way in the back that's got, I think there was a wagon back there, and I asked, why is there a wagon back here for the clerk? And I guess you use it for one of the functions. They got stuff downstairs. It's everybody.
It's everywhere.
Even the sheriff has stuff downstairs.
Yeah, it's everywhere. I
So-
mean, it would take,
It's just everywhere. It's just,
time is the problem.
That's why we need to have intern programs with high school kids.
We used to
Well,
do that
mildew's
because our
hazardous.
office did do that.
I mean, to put them in there with mildew.
Yeah,
Poison the
those, I
children.
wound up with pneumonia with
Goodness,
that.
yeah.
That's why we have to try to figure out a place to keep them so they're not in with, other things. And, real quick, I Didn't get a chance to talk to every single person, but I talked to district court, I talked to probate, and that one person went and asked their coworkers and treasurer's office about Christmas, the Christmas holiday. And everybody is willing to work the 24th that you guys gave us off to have the 26th off, so they have a 4-day weekend. Because a lot of people were already going to, they take vacation. Some of the judges were already going to be gone. They weren't going to plan anything for the day after Christmas. So we would just like to, again, ask if we can change the dates, close the courthouse instead of the 24th and 25th, close it the 25th and 26th.
Clerk, can you just send out a Google vote to everybody that works here?
I don't have everybody's email addresses.
There's not a company intranet yet.
Yeah, we don't have an intranet.
I talked to Mr. Cohen about that,
Too many
or Dr.
licenses.
Cohen about that.
You'd have to go out and create your own mailbox.
Well, I
within
know, but
Google.
most people have a Yahoo or a Hotmail or
You'd be
something.
surprised.
Some don't have any.
Yeah.
That's why I asked the directors to ask their employees.
Yeah, I
and-
still think we got a consensus of the employees on that.
No, well, what's driving that question, ma'am?
Oh, just so everybody could, just see, because you keep saying, well, I didn't get everybody, but I think I got it, you know, then you would just know, you know?
You got the directors, I think that's, a lot of times that's how we have to communicate is through the directors whenever.
Right.
And please show this to
I
your
talked to
employees.
Dr. Cohen about that, and he's looking into it, talking with Stronghold.
And
Okay, about emails or something?
Yeah, about doing intranet
So what do
company
you- what
thing,
do you-
or county thing.
just whenever you're ready to decide,
Are we ready to talk about it, or?
Well, I mean,
I'm for it, so you guys haggle it out, yeah.
we work Wednesday and have Friday off.
So what time's the courthouse shut down on a normal business day?
5 is the latest, except for
how
David.
does that work with the
4:30.
title company and things? Did you coordinate with them? And because if you close different days than them, then they're out 3 days possible, you know what I mean? If they
The
can't do their
person that
searches
I
and stuff.
talked to says, sure, that'd be great, because if if you're not gonna be able to, if I'm not gonna be able to record, then,
I can pretty
You
much
know.
tell you that time of the year, the 24th, 25th, 26th,
Not a lot going on.
there's not, I mean, I don't bet you that there's not even gonna be a court.
That's not, that was,
Yeah.
that's, again, it goes, I have no issues
Yeah.
with people. I don't have that, it's just, I just wanna make sure that we don't come across as promoting anything out of the ordinary. It's like, if they want the 25th and 26th off, I'm perfectly fine with that. But then what happens on January the 1st? Are you gonna give them the 2nd off?
Do we normally?
I don't know. I don't, it
But-
wasn't.
I mean, we're not trading a holiday. I mean, we're trading a day for a day.
I'm just asking.
We're not adding another day to it.
Okay.
You know, do they
it might
get
be
January
your
1st off?
dick with
Yeah.
drinkers, but,
So, I mean.
You know.
Most places that gets New Year's Day off, but not.
Thursday.
Yeah,
I mean,
January
usually it's
1st Thursday.
Thanksgiving and Christmas that you have those where the dates get, because,
Right.
mixed up,
yeah,
yeah.
mostly Christmas.
Because generally,
'Cause
you
it
know,
jumps around.
in our world, it's a liberal leave policy. They'll give you X amount of days, and if you want more, it's liberal leave. That's how it generally.
And most people up in district court and road and bridge, they said that they were gonna be taking vacation, or they
Yeah.
weren't planning anything, no probation. No,
Okay, so how does that work in this world? It's like, if, let's say I work for PW and I plan on taking, the whole week off. Definitely I get the 25th as it's a national holiday. So I get the 24th too, right? So I don't have to put that down on my leave slip? Okay.
No, they're holidays.
Okay, all right.
Or they can take a week of vacation and probably get paid for that time as well, and it's a holiday.
They won't get the
Yeah.
holiday.
They can't
and
take that.
vacation.
No, can't do both.
One or the other.
Okay.
But we had a lot of people that take between Christmas and New Year's.
That whole entire
Yeah.
week
That whole
off.
week is dead week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Works takes a lot of time off during December.
Yeah.
That's kind of when they get their.
Yeah.
I heard that too. I'm good with what they're asking for. I mean,
Okay. So, I move that we allow the holidays to be 24th to the 26th.
No,
No.
25th
No.
and 26th instead of 24th and 25th.
Right. Switch 24th for the 26th.
It's getting late. It's getting late.
Has there ever been a run on the courthouse?
I don't think any,
You know,
there's
like
never been a
on the
run.
bank, you know, 'cause the
Yeah,
bank can't be
yeah.
closed 3 days
So
in a
you're-
row.
Yeah.
say it again, please.
No.
I
don't-
move that we have the holiday switch from 24-25 to 25-26.
Compensate a one-car funeral.
Yeah.
Second,
Second,
Tran,
yes.
Beerbauer,
Yes.
Milburn.
Yes.
Anything else, Mrs. Holt?
I just have one more thing, and it's me begging any way possible to, before you make up your mind on your budget, is that this is 4 pages of one person in the county's property, and some of them are in all 4 sections that we have to index. And that is why I know that I'm not wasting any of my constituents or your time or my time, because a document like this, we have a 24-hour turnaround. We like to. If we got that document at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is still recordable time, it would take us 3 days to index this with just 2 people still handling the phones and doing regular work. So I'm still begging for you to reconsider if I pay for, the 20 hours, if you just pay for insurance. So that's it. I'm done.
Laura, easement was on there too. What was that?
Oh, Bob, I needed to talk to Bob on that because, we still don't have that issue resolved. Apparently, we're that
In Hyattville?
landowner. And there is a statute that says easement by necessity that,
Is this the one in Hyattville?
No.
this is down on 105th.
Oh, okay.
And we've been trying to work it out. And
Okay.
there's a statute that says you must give an easement by necessity if they are landlocked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And
but we
so I
can't make
needed,
a landowner give an
Yeah.
easement. I mean, if there's a statute stating that and they want to go hire a lawyer to go force somebody to give an easement, the county's, my position at the county is I'm not gonna do that for them. Yeah,
okay, that
but
was
you can
what I
certainly
was-
ask Bob.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna talk to
Yeah.
him about.
Or these two, I mean, if they wanna get in the middle of it, but I'm certainly not to where I wanna get in the middle of a civil matter on an easement.
So,
But to be fair, they're not exactly landlocked. The county does have a platted and developed passageway there that they could use.
yes,
Yes, okay.
yes, if you wanted to build a bridge.
Well, that direction, there's one in the other direction also, it looks like.
Yeah,
So,
but-
they don't, neither one.
He still would just go on his land just a little bit, but
Okay.
that, I was gonna ask Bob, so
Okey dokey.
Okay.
that's it.
All right. So
I mean,
let's move on with the clerk, county clerk.
Thank you, Laura.
Mine will be really quick.
Don't need to talk about Kansas Historical Society, we've already talked about that. I have a contract with CIC for us to do the payroll conversion, and so, there's that exhibit that needs to be, so that I can get the files that go back and forth, so I don't have to do all the journal entries for the conversion.
So Emerson and Company was really wanting to help with this, so we didn't have to have this expense. I don't know how, but he wanted to liaison with CIC to see what he could do or they could do.
That's fine, if we wanna set up a call.
Yeah. If we can, it'd be really nice if we can.
Yeah,
If
I
it's
just
possible.
don't know that they'll budge. They're
Okay.
probably kind of irritated that we're leaving.
Well, you can't hold.
Yeah.
I'll answer the last one for you too. Auction's over.
It's over?
Yeah, it
I keep
ended Friday.
I keep having people reach out to me.
Are they all gone?
No, I got some stuff I gotta resubmit. You know why you're getting calls?
You're
Because your
the
name is at the
contact.
very top of the
They listed
contract.
you. You might have
I
contacted
don't
them
know
to come here
why.
and talk to the commission.
I think that was
She
done
contacted them
back
to come
before.
talk to the commission before.
Yeah, but it goes to the treasurer's account, right?
Right.
Okay, so we've already had stuff picked up. We had one piece of equipment, or one piece got damaged up there, so we had to redid it. I think that's the only thing that hasn't sold
Okay,
yet.
so they're contacting you and, is there?
Yeah, they're reaching out to me. I actually told the Gov Deals guy to take your name off
Okay.
of the email that they look at when they buy.
Okay.
So that it should only say my name.
Okay.
But I don't know how they keep calling your guys'
Well, I've got
office,
some
but,
forms that I've been kind of just keeping track of.
yeah,
so I'll
and you
do
can
that.
refer them to me or to Brian.
We'll do that.
Brian's been a big help in this
Okay.
this process, so. I think we got one or two pieces of equipment left and that's it,
Okay.
so.
The other thing is that I said that I would give a cost for redistricting, give an update to the commission about that. So far, for the voter registration card mailings, it was $7,000. That comes out of the election fund. Fort Scott Tribune was $1,100. Precinct legal descriptions were $1,200, and maps for redistricting was $7,600, coming out to $17,771. And we probably had 2 employees working on that for 30 days straight, because we have to go in and touch every street file to do this redistricting. Now, the only thing that I say that is positive out of this whole thing is this box. These are returned voter registration cards. Some can be canceled out of our system, which helps us clean up our voter rolls. But
That's
this
wonderful.
box is completely full, so there was good that came out of it, in my opinion. It gives us a head start on what we can do to clean up the voter rolls.
That's great.
That's something that Amber is working on daily. The only other thing, I don't think I have anything else other than that. So, mine's done.
What was the Kansas Historical?
That was what we just talked about with Laura. We are.
Oh,
we are
you were
bound
on there with
by-
Laura.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I
Yeah.
just
Okay.
kind of countered with it.
Okay, so commissioner comments.
Just gonna
You're,
figure something out later there on that, David. I'm done today.
you're done. Commissioner Tran,
Wow, what a day.
yeah.
I'm gonna send something to the clerk to have her send to you guys. It's the fence viewing. There is no timeline for us to go view. There are timelines for, landowners to act upon the decision. There is a handbook, 12 pages, PDF, so I'm just gonna send it now.
So can I do that when I return from vacation? Okay.
Just
It
for,
says there's no timeline, so
Okay.
not that I could see, so
I'm good with that.
I'm gonna. Yeah. That's all I got.
Okay, I have nothing. I move that we adjourn this meeting.
My second.
Tran?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Milburn?
Yes. Turn your